Just give a small recap, whatever we have covered, so that we can start further.
Yes, I would do. Ajit.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yesterday we saw about configuration and including time versions, model settings, revision tags, and quickly saw the steps to align the user roles, permissions, content span, and how to do the Anaplan sizing. In that, we have seen the detailed naming convention for all of the components in the Anaplan. And in the second half, we have covered model calendar settings and rolling forecast, switchover, breakback functionality, and we ended up with the user story creation. I guess. Yeah, that would be all. Am I audible?
Yes, there we go.
Yes. Thank you. You are on mute. You're speaking.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I was on mute, sorry. So, yeah, you have, given recap. We have completed till now all the topics almost. And the last topic we were discussing on the user story creation, okay, with the scenario, right? So we'll keep continue and we'll complete that whole process end to end, okay? So before that, just a small, check for your understanding from the beginning, okay? So just give me, alignment of these items, okay, based on the requirement. So you have component, on the right side you have description. You have to just write down the name here, what should come here.
Third one is workspace.
First one is workspace.
Third.
Third one,
First one is modules or models, I guess.
let me move it to right, 1 second. Okay.
Fourth one is list. Then we have modules, calculations.
You mean here, this one?
Yeah. Yes.
That
Final
should be
name.
that should be line items.
The component code calculation will be line items, I guess.
Yeah, that's correct.
Second one is user experience. First one will be models. The last one is models.
Sorry, models or module?
Last one is modules.
Okay, so first one is model. Represent the business use case, yes. User experience, the component that allow the end user to enter data. And workspace that hold your models. Time and version. So these are the part of list. The line item hold calculation, and the component is made up using the dimension and the line items, that is module. Yeah, correct. Okay. Some default library, right? Yeah, this one. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Jit, you are audible.
Yeah, go ahead with this one, the second.
First and last.
So, this one, right? Okay. I think let's remove this one. Basic building blocks of an upline.
It should be
Line
second
items,
line items.
put module. Line items.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
All of them apply.
Sure.
Yes.
C.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So yesterday we have discussed about the BRD. Okay. Based on the BRD, I have shared you the format for user story. Okay. So that we can capture all the required information in the user story. Okay. And then user story has role. Okay. What they want to perform, the action item. Okay. What they are expecting, and what is the criteria for acceptance, right? So we discussed that. We have a one scenario in this BRD. Uh, the end user want to, first of all, the role of an end user, right? So the role will be the financial planner, and the activity will be add loans, right? So they want to add loans, payments amounts, and so that after adding that, the, the effect they want to see is on the net worth side, right? And the debt level. And he can only give the acceptance when uh, he will know that it's successfully loan added, and the amount get reflected in all level of debts. Okay. So it's a very easy, right? The simple format. But yeah, you can add more if you have more items. But it's a simple one that we are understanding in this way. The next user story we have seen that he also want to load their daily transaction information, the daily expenses. Okay. So now what will be the user story? Think on this, and then let's continue from here. So how we'll write here? So first of all, the requirement is this one, right? The activity they are going to perform. For this one, we have to write user story. So what we need first, we need their roles, right? Who is going to perform this task? Upload transaction. So budget administrator. Okay, let's take an example. So as a budget administrator, I want to be able to upload the transactional data and to be able to upload data, transactional data of what? Like from my credit card, expenses. Okay, so this is fine, comma, then, so what? So I can determine how much I can invest and how well I am doing at the to meeting my target for budgeting. So basically budgeting goals. So that I can determine how much I can invest, right? First purpose. And so you can add as much as you have, right? The expectation. And how well I am I am doing at meeting my budgeting goal. Got it? Let me break it down. Origin center. Okay. Now next is what is acceptance criteria for this one? When user will say that, yeah, now it's working fine. Any hint? Same in same structure. I expect some hint here. Because this is transaction upload, right? So budget administrator will do that, and because they are going to load expense, so that he can, I mean, they can see that how much they are expending on monthly basis, what, how much they are, I mean, what are the balance they have from the income, right? So that they can do further investment, right? What will be the next? So I, as a budget administrator, want to be able to set a budget for each category. Okay. Also, I will know this is successful when I can view transaction amounts for each category. Fine. So let me highlight here so that you can easily focus on the main content. This is fine. I want to able to upload the transactional data, credit card, so that I can find now when it will be successful. So he will set the budget, okay, but only he will approve this one as a successful when he can view transaction amount at each category. Okay. Any doubt here? Yes, no? So based on this pattern, okay, you can write, user story, right? You can translate the BRD. You can write the user story. Correct? Now, moving next. Yeah, go ahead. Anyone has any question here?
No, actually, this user story creation is either before FRD or after the.
You have to understand, first of all, you have to understand the business requirement. Okay, you have to connect with the business. Okay, gather all the required information, and then once you will sit with them, then you will be start writing user story. Okay. Once you have, because these are the information you cannot, write, right, without connecting with the business, right? So you have to sit with the business, you have to set meeting with the business, then you will be able to write this one. After that, once you have the user story, then you can start working, translating into Anaplan. Okay. So now you have to think that because I have two user story here, now I'll going to start thinking on that. How many, the modules, how many lists, right? We need to create what should be the format, the layout of the dashboard, okay, where user can interact because they will add loan, right? So they need some interface from there he can create loan by own, right? So we have to give them like a list, kind of production list, right? So that they can add items over there, right? Add, delete. Then you are going to give some buttons over there on the dashboard, right? From there, they can upload their transactional data, right? So you have to start thinking after the user story, and then you can, first of all, you have to build at least a sketch. A sketch means nothing like the schema, graphical representation, how the data will flow, what you are going to do first. Your first step will be here like the creating loan, right? The transactional data. Because once you upload anything in the system, when you are starting to build the system, then further you will be doing the calculation. Okay, and then on third step, the high level steps we know that, right? The input, process, output. Process means here calculation. So what are the input item we have here? Okay, and now we can, I mean, say that here we have to think about the schema design. Okay, because this is a small user story, a small requirement, so we can think easily what will be the model schema for this one, right? So you have to analyze the requirement now. So we know that we have to give interface. So you'll be adding a new dashboard to the model, okay, based on the user story functionality, okay. For the like the administrator, the budget administrator, budget administrator should be able to upload transactional data from their credit card so that they can determine how much they can invest, right? Based on the user story to hit the target of the budgeting, okay, for each category. So you have to think about that one, okay. Next is model schema. Okay, so we have user story. Now we are going to draw some graphical representation of the data flow. Okay, and then further we'll move into the how many list, how many, I mean the module we need to create. Okay, the dashboard need to create. Then we'll sketch out what we need to capture on the which dashboard, right? The how layout will look like, and then we'll start building. Got it? Now, again, if in your organization, if they ask you to prepare technical design document, okay, then you have to build that document separately. So technical design document, you have to put all the requirement, the left side, okay, and the right side, you have to mention what you are going to build, okay, what you'll keep the name of modules, how many modules will be there, okay, how many even line items will be there, how many dimension list will be there, okay. Based on that, you will calculate the size, okay. So you have to calculate size, the expected size of the model. So that all technical level of detail, okay, actually the development level of detail you are going to put into your technical design document, okay. You can also add over there like all the flow of the data, how the data is coming, whether you are using any ETL tool over there, right, for the data flow. So yeah, I'll show you that one, technical design document, and when we'll start the data integration topic, okay, how TDSL is basically going to build. But before the technical design document, you can also build one functional design document. That will be simple, the high level functional design document will be the high level, like we have to create here, I mean we have to give them a platform to add loan, okay. So what you will do, you will give a dashboard, simple, right? You can keep name of that dashboard, which dashboard will be there, that's it. Not, no, we are not going into the detail, okay. So we'll create module, just keep the name of module. Don't go further down from the module, like the how many line items will be there, what are the size impact will be there. You are not going to discuss about on that level. So FDD mainly prepared by the BSA, okay, the Anaplan BSA. So they are giving just high level agenda, how many objects will get created, but on the detail level, the technical design documents we are preparing. Okay, but yeah, we'll see that one also. If you want to prepare that one, yeah, you can take a format from anywhere and then you can start building that one. So when you build like FDD, you have side by side this one. This is BRD, again this BRD, you are going to add functionality. How many modules, how many list, okay, what will be the dimension for that module, you have to give that. But when you are going to give the technical design, you have to give everything. Okay, technical design will be divided into two parts, one for integration, one for Anaplan. It's two technical design. The integration part will be, of course, taken care by the integration team. Okay, and technical design document for, I mean, the people for model builder, they will take care for their side, Anaplan side. Any question? Okay, so we are talking about model schema. Can anyone give more on that? More view and a schema? Yes, no? Hello?
Yeah, Jit, you're audible.
Yeah. I need some hint on the schema.
Yeah, basically it is a process of designing a model to understand the customer problem completely. And yeah, we just in that we are designing
Yeah, we need to understand a
model.
schema because every project, okay, in Anaplan require you have to design a schema. Okay. So you have to you should have complete understanding on the schema. Okay, what are the component of schema we have? Why a schema we have? And we know that we have learned the disco, right? We know the disco. So where we are using that disco for the schema? Okay, so that's why I'm asking. Because we have user story, we have BRD. Now we need a schema, okay, and a schema will be based on the pattern of disco. So
To identify the
yeah, go ahead.
to identify the modules we are following using that disco approach for our model.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. What we have in disco, we know, right? It's I mean, we already covered those points, so that's fine. But let's go into detail with the schema here. How you will build, what you have to think about that. Okay. You have to start from reverse, right? See, in a schema, sorry, in disco, the data, right? Then input, then system, then calc, then output was there, right? That was the system process. But now we are going to design. We are going to think basically. Okay. So we have to start from the output, and output means this is the acceptance criteria, right? That user asking, I need this one. I need this one means this is their output, right? So you have to first think about output. So in disco, the flow was different, order was different, but when we start thinking about the schema, then start thinking from the reverse, like from the dashboard. Okay. So first we have to think about what you have to do. This one, output, what they need an output. Okay. Then what will be the next? Data. what data they are going to load. Just relate with this user story and BRD. Okay. So let's see. This is the flow we have in engine, a model engine. So first we have to think about the output. Output, we know that we need to, we have gone through with the user story, and output is this one, and this one. So with that part we'll cover here. Once we understood this one, then we'll start thinking, okay, what we need now? We need data, right? Okay, then you have to again think about, yeah, data is there, that will pull up from source system through the integration or by any means, right? We have very ATL tool, we'll use that one, and then we'll load data. Now, is there any adjustment or any entry that will be made by the user? So that will be your third point. Okay. So once you have now data, I mean the input and the data, okay, you are clear about the output, what you are going to produce to your business. Okay. Now you have to think about that. Is there any data that require any kind of mapping? Okay. Any a module that you have to create for the, I mean the system module for the mapping, the coding, and code mapping basically, and then some master module that will be referred across all the module for helping in the calculation. Okay. So like the time breakdown, we need all level of time, like the current month, monthly calendar, right? The to days, number, all those things, day related, I mean date and time related. So you have to build that, I mean the system module for that. So how many system module will be required? Okay. And then once you have that, then your the next step will be the calculation, because once you have data, once you have input items, once you have system module that will basically going to help you for calculation, then you have a start building the calc module or calculation logic. Okay. So disco, from the disco itself, we have identified the steps, okay, but in the different order. What we are going to do with the schema design. Okay. Any question till now? So again, repeating on this one. Yeah, go ahead if you have anything.
Yeah, I have one thing. As you number calculation should be on 4, right? But you have mentioned once we have inputs on data, inputs on system, we are going for calculations. So can you confirm the order?
Repeat one more time. It's very hard to hear you properly. What you said?
No, actually, we discussed on the steps, right? Data input, then system inputs, then we are going for calculation.
Yeah, because see, here we have a little bit conflict. You are talking about this point 4 and 5, right?
4 and 5, yeah, right. Right.
Yeah, we have a bit conflict here. Sometimes people are thinking on this one calc first, okay, but the design you can see the system is contributing to calc, right? Input is contributing to calc, data is contributing to calc, right? So we have all the area that is giving their contribution for the calculation, that should be first, the most of the cases. Okay, again, this is not the hard and fast rule, but this is recommendation, this pattern we should follow. Okay, even if you know the system each and everything, right, completely, then directly you can start building the, I mean either you can build the system first or the, I mean start building the dimension first. But when we start from scratch, we don't know anything. Okay, for that project you need to follow these steps. Okay. So based on the arrow, you can analyze this one. We need this one, we need this one, we need this one. Then we'll build this one and then we'll send out to output. Okay, so don't get confused here. Yeah, I think someone is saying something. So now next leverage is data availability. Okay, so you have to point out all the data set. What are the data you need? Okay, you have to list down those data set. How you are going to pull that information, that data set. Okay, then you have to think about, you have to list down all the inputted data. So now next is you are going to build a schema. Okay, so once you have listed down your input data, your data, okay, then you have to think about, the design. Okay, because you have to sketch those design in the schema, and then everyone can understand. Further down, once you done that, once you complete your model building activity, then the model will also generate one schema that is called model map basically. Okay, so you can see that one in the later once you have that. Okay. In the system model, again, you have to think what are the things, the input things you have to require for calculation. Okay, like the time setting. From the time setting, you need some like the current date, right? The previous date, previous month, uh, current period, right? So whatever you require that you have to build. Okay, so you have to list down those things, what you will be required for referring in the calculation. Okay, once you have that, then you can start doing the, that flow designing. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to build high level schema. Okay, let's do that. Tell me on this, based on this BRD, what will be on the first position? You can design in PPT also, okay? But in Excel, let me try. I need to pick one shape here. Insert shapes. I don't have folder shape. I need folder shape here. But anyway, let's start from this one. I want to keep here transactional data. Okay. And transaction, what will be the contribution of this transaction data? The next step. So we have, all kind of transaction data here, right? All kind of expenses here. Based on the BRD, you can refer for the transactional data. This is user story, right? So basically they are going to load their expenses here, right? Daily expenses and monthly expenses. So once you have, think about that, where this will contribute. This is transactional data, and of course, the detail of this data is on the daily level, right? The daily transactional data. So this daily transactional data will get accumulated, and then you can build monthly report, right? So from daily to monthly, right? So then you can calculate monthly expenses. So let's make another copy of this one and change it to monthly expenses. So daily this will get loaded into our model, and based on that we'll prepare monthly. Okay. So this contribute to this one. So this is one set. Okay. So you can highlight this one if you want. So let's insert another box. Because in both has same data, but it's rolling to the monthly level, daily data. Okay. Send it to back. Give some other color. Fine. Then what will be the next? Based on this data, okay, you'll do the monthly investment planning. Okay. Based on the requirement, you can see what they are planning to do monthly investment. They will plan how much, because these are the expenses, right? Based on the expenses, they can calculate the investment, right? So what are the balance amount we have for investment? But investment we have to calculate. Okay. So you can insert, yeah, let's make a copy of this one. And then put somewhere in middle, change the color. This is not the good one. Okay. And monthly investment planning will calculate from this data. Okay. Now add some arrow for data flow. You can directly add from here also. Okay. Add one more arrow to connect this one. Sorry. I think this color is not visible. Hmm. Fine. So this is the step we have to follow based on the data movement. Okay. So this one calculate, this contributed for the monthly expense planning. Okay. Make it a small. Now next, what else you are going to do? You have something to input here also. Okay. So what are those input that user will make here? This is the data load, right? For this user story, we have follow this one. Now user has some input item also. So what will be that? Input things. So they should have some initial balance, right? So for that initial balance, they will enter some data. Okay. So let's put together this one. Keep it here. And make it like a starting balance. Or beginning balance. Okay. Whatever you want to say. Again, this will contribute in this monthly investment. Yes. Because if they have, okay, some balance, apart from that, they are going to load this one, right? That all contribute to the monthly investment planning. So you can use this one, make a copy, and put it like this way. So starting balance, I added. Monthly expenses, yeah, I contributed to here. Now what next? Salary, they will get salary, right? So of course they want to enter salary manually, and time to time, if there any bonus or any other thing, if they have, okay, they want to include in that part also. Okay, so we have to enter here salary. Okay, if you want to give some more meaningful name, then you can do this here, salary planning. Okay, fine. What else we need here for the helping for calculation, right? That contribute to the calculation. So we have this data, we have this, I mean, the input. Now what else we need for calculation? Of course, they are going to take daily data, they want to convert into monthly, right? So we need time, okay? We are going to use time in calculation. So this is also we input it like the today's date or something like that, that will be entered into system, either through the integration or manually. So time system we need. Okay, this is fine, yeah. Now you have to tell me what we are missing here. We need one more component here for input. Okay. Let me make it a small.
I think user needs to enter the budgeting goal.
Yeah, they will do the planning. Next is what? It's mentioned there in the first user story, right? Here. So we have loan management, right? They want to create loans, right? They want to add loans. They want to enter their amounts, right? So we have to add that one loan management thing. They can add, they can delete, they can update whatever they want to do, right? They can play with the loan. So loan management. Fine. Now they have, I mean, 10 or what, it's not 10, but 4 or 5 loans, right? From that, and they will accumulate that and then they will prepare like monthly, how much they are paying monthly, right? So we can get from this loan data to a monthly, I mean, the calculation, monthly detail, monthly EMI, you can say. So output will be this one for this loan management, the input thing. So you can mention here monthly loan payments. But this is the output from here. Okay, so let's give some unique color here. For output. It's more or less similar. Okay. Color depiction you can put somewhere. You have to mention that. So let's put it here, the rightmost side. 1 second. Delete this name. Then this is for calculation. Okay. Once you start building like professionally, then you have to keep in mind that shape size. Okay. So like whatever size you are mentioning for one shape, same size should be for other shape. Okay. Alignment and shape. So till now we have used 3 color. So we have to mention that. This is our input, right? Okay. This is for calc. Since this is a small, I mean, huge case, so we are not going to use much color coding here. This is for output. Yeah, that's fine, I think. And let's connect this one, loan management, to this contribute to the monthly loan payment. So let's insert, copy this arrow, put it here. Okay. Now think what else we have in the input. I think I have covered here starting balance, transactional balance, salary, loan creation, and time. Also, let's connect time system and salary to the monthly investment planning. This is get accumulated here, but this one will contribute here. So let's put it. Also, we need one more. You can input like this way also. Okay, let me save this one. So monthly investment planning has contributed when it's taking the data from transactional data, monthly expenses, then a starting balance, then from the salary adjustment, right, and from the time. Now, what next we are going to calculate? The investment goal, okay, investment target. So that is my basically output. Okay, so let's make a copy of this one. Keep somewhere here. Rename it to investment. Okay, and how we can calculate here, because we have something balance here, right, in my pocket. And also I have calculated the income and the expenses, so there will be some balances. So I'll take that balance, and from here with that balance, both will give me the number for the investment. Okay, so take a arrow. Yeah, fine. Then investment. Let me save this one. Now, next is I want to know the net worth. Okay, actually, I want to calculate net worth. Okay, so net worth I'll calculate from monthly planning. Okay, monthly investment planning, whatever we have here, and then the asset market value, whatever asset I have, because the balance I have used here, but I have also assets, right? So that will be contributed for net worth when we'll calculate the net worth. Okay, and these are the amount is that we are going to pay monthly. That will be, I mean, subtracted from the net worth, right? So now the next calculation I want, because based again, think about here. They said about the net worth also somewhere. Yeah, see here. So overall, they want to check the, I mean, calculate the net worth. Okay. So we have to calculate net worth. We need one more calculation box. Put it somewhere. Net worth. Let me delete this one. Calc. Now I'll take the input from this one. And I'll use here. Also, I have some monthly payment that I want to send for net worth calculation. So okay, what else I need? For net worth calculation? I think I need the assets that I have. Okay, so that I'll enter manually. So take the assets here somewhere and put the arrow. Give the contribution level. Fine. So now check the whatever business asking, okay, whatever mentioned in the BRD, have we completed that all here or is there anything else to add here? Don't think you will be able to see this one, yeah. So again, I'm going to read the BRD. So I want to enter income, fine, tax rate, loan detail, daily expenses, monthly investment, asset value. Yeah, that I have captured also. Then I want to see monthly budgeted expense. Okay, actual expense type. Okay, actual expense by type. That is fine. I want to see difference between my budgeted versus actual. Okay, so that will report on the UX. Now, user story, based on the user story, saying to add loans. Okay, so we'll provide on the feature on the dashboard to add loan from there, and their acceptance criteria is it should go and reflect all the debt label. That is fine. Second is a user story. So second user story is basically upload data. So I have given that platform to upload daily data, and then that will get accumulated at the monthly expenses, and then that will reflect in the monthly investment planning calculation. So I think, yeah, it's now connected, everything connected now. Fine. Let me insert one box here. Oh, send backward. Don't have that option. Okay. Let me undo it. I want to give border of this one. And where we have grid option, grid lines, remove the grid lines. Yeah. Then I want to drag drop this one. Currently it's not binded with each other. So you can make it like in group. Okay. So like this shape will become one group, single shape. Same way you can connect, and then if you want to move another application, you want to print that one, you can do that. Or no, that is different group. Okay, so now this all become one single image, single group. Same way we can do it here. And it's better to write in shape itself instead of this one. So let me delete this one, this one, this one. Make a standard wide and keep it to select shape, you know, to, yeah, add text. Make it one group so that you can move anywhere. Yeah, now I can move anywhere. Okay. So is it clear now? Now you have to sketch out the dashboard. Okay. So what dashboard, how the layout of the dashboard you are going to build. You can sketch out. Apart from this model schema, once you will build, okay, the similar way, your model map will also show. Once you, I mean, the build in this way, the same way your model map will also show. Now think about, now what will be the next? We understood the flow, we understood the user story. Okay, now we are going to think about the how many list we are going to create, how many modules we need to create. Okay, then also we have to think that which are the modules that require data import. Okay, and how to import into module, how to import into list. Okay, so that point is coming now. So when we say list, before we can add a new module, we need to build the list first. Okay, that will be the basically form of the structure of our model. Okay, so now what will come in the question? I mean the next one. What list are needed in the model, right? The first question will come up in the mind because that is the structure, that is the foundation. Okay, so pillar, you have to think about that one. First question. Then second question, how to add the list and set up top labels, because you will add list. Which list require roll ups, right? Or sum up, total sum. So you have to think about that one. Then is there any list that need the clear and load, something like that, some activity? Then how to add and how to delete, because you have seen that, right? Will loan management, right? The user asked, I'll create, I'll delete, right? So you have to think about that one also. I'll have to create such a list, right? That list allow user to add member and delete member. Okay. So considering all those points in mind, you have to build list. Okay. And then suppose you have transactional data right here. So you load into list, then you will load into module. So when you load into list, again, you have to think about, oh, what kind of list I have to keep here, and then how you are going to import here. Okay, what will be the mapping for import and everything. So these will come in picture when you are going to build list. Now the next question, once the list will be ready, then again the next question will come up in mind, that what new modules are needed. Okay, because once you come to know the what's new modules needed, then you can see the count of module, right? The how many modules needed, then how many line items will be there. And at the high level, you can just give some assumption of the line item and dimension, keeping the mind the dimension that you are going to apply on that module. Then you can calculate size. Okay, so you have to also give the size estimation. So normally, what we are doing, we are creating a template, a standard template in Excel. Like in all the row level, we have modules and numbers of line item in modules. Okay, on the top we are keeping the name of list and then numbers of uh, member in the list, and then we are just making the cell true or false like that. Let me give you some structure. So like I have module name here. Okay. Then I have numbers of line item. Then of course you have uh, numbers of line item with no data. And then total count of line items. Okay. This one. Then here you have dimension. Okay. So list. Okay. So suppose you have time list. Okay. So in time you are going to use year, a scale. You are going to use month. You are going to use daily, because daily transaction is also there. You are going to use version. Okay. Uh, what else? Loans. Right. This will be your. So just keep in this way, like down. I'll share that template also how I am calculating. So I know that the module A. Okay, I have 10 line items. Out of that, I have used 2 separator. So total will be 10 minus 2. And I have used, so this is year, right? How many years you have in your model? Suppose you have 2 years, right? Then how many months will be there if you are going to use the month level data? 24. Okay. Then you have to calculate this one. Okay. So, sorry, month 24. Okay. Then version you have 2, or I think you have 3 version, right? The variance will be there. In loan member, you have 10 loans. Now this module, what is going to use as a dimension? Okay. So based on that, you will use the tick mark here, right? Like yes or no, whatever you want. Like I'll use month, I'll use version, and then finally you will calculate number of cell will get created, right? So just for example, I'm giving you this one multiply by what wherever you have mentioned y, that number will come up, right? And then this one, this will be the cell count, okay? Then we have a separate formula, basically that is provided even by Anaplan for lump sum that will give the, if you have this number of cell count, then how much space that will be consumed. Okay, so this is the way we are creating a template with all the modules information, all the dimensions. When I say dimensions, that will include your user also, right? So you have to add users, you have to use time, you have to use version, you have to use all the list and the list subsets. Okay. So everything you have to mention on the column level and then row level module, then make that true. Yes, yes, yes. Wherever is tagged as yes, that will get calculated to convert. Calculate the cell count. Then based on the cell count, you can sum up the contribution of the space. Okay. So I'll share that one also. Okay. So we are talking about modules. So what new modules are needed here? How to add the module? Because how to add, I said, because we have to keeping in mind that what are the dimension will be required while creating the module. Okay. Then how to import into a module? What will be the sequence? Which module I need to import first based on the, hierarchy thing also, right? If we have hierarchy, then of course we have to follow the order to data load. And then how to add styles and everything in the module, basically the cosmetic changes, right? And then is there any break back required in any modules or not, right? So keeping all those points in mind, you have to start creating modules. Okay. So now what we'll do here, we'll do a small exercise to load data into list and load data into module. Okay. And then we'll go ahead with this one. We'll keep continue on this one. Okay. So I want to take a 15 minutes break here. Okay. And then we can continue from here. Again, otherwise started throat paining. Is that fine?
Sure, Jeet. Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So 15 minutes break. Okay, hoping you all are back now. Okay, so we are talking about thinking about the list and module that we are going to create. Okay, so we'll create list, we'll import into list this transactional data, right? And we should know that how to load data into number list, how to load data into in the other list, hierarchical list, right? And how to load data into flat list. Flat list is very simple, right? So you can directly map, I mean the cell to cell, column to column, you can say, and then load over there. But when you have to load into hierarchy, you have to consider the parent also, right? And the unique field and the property mapping. Okay. When you have number list, right? So who can tell me the property of number list? Because in this model, we are going to use number list also. Okay. So need to understand we have seen the types of list we discussed, right? But now practically we are going to use that. So we should understand which list we are going to use, okay, and how we load the data into that list. So we need to know that, right? The all in out of the list, okay? What we can do, what we cannot do. Flat list, I'm not going to talk about that, okay? And simple, also I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, composite we can discuss and number list we can discuss. Anyone?
Number lists are used. So do we want to list out the what's a number list or something else?
No, so flat list, okay, so we have flat list. We are not going to talk about that one. Okay, it's very easy to import. You have, I mean, all the columns, you have to just map that. Okay, and you have to just keep in mind which will be your unique field, right? Either name or code, something like that. So you can import that one because we are going to think about the import perspective. We should know about the feature in detail of the list, each list. Okay, and then we'll do a practice and then we'll move ahead. So suppose I have currency, okay, for flat list. Simple, I can just map the currency code will be unique, currency name will be unique. So no issue, right? Employee, we are going to load into flat list. Employee has employee ID that is unique. So we can use that. So simple, no issue while loading data. Now, simple and composite. So once we come to know about the composite, then that will cover the simple also because both are in the hierarchical way. Okay, so you have to map the parent-child mode. Okay, the next one is when you have hierarchy, what you need to keep in mind while importing the data?
Parent mapping.
Sorry?
Parent mapping.
Yes, parent mapping, that is fine. What else? Okay, so I'm just giving one example. Okay, we have like the hierarchy, how we can say, for the first label L1. Okay, or you can say the highest most label we have continent, suppose. Inside the continent, we have country. Okay. Then we have department. Then we have EMP. Okay. This is L1. This is L2. I mean, it's level 2, level 3, level 4. Okay. Now, if you go and start loading on the EMP, okay, will that work or will get failed?
If we haven't first loaded the parent hierarchy like before employee, if you're not adding department, then it will not work.
Correct.
The
So
yeah.
we know that in hierarchy, we have to populate parent first. Okay. So upload or import parent first. Okay. Then what else? This is the one point we have in hierarchical structure. Okay. What will be the next one? See, you will import source data into target. So you have to keep some other points out also in mind, like which type of separator you have in source, right? So first this is general thing that we have to understood that we'll load on the first level, then next level, then next level, then next level. Okay. Then we have to also enable, okay, the separator type, right? So whether we have tab separator, comma separator, semicolon separator, or if there any other separator like tilde separator, so you have to mention that one, right? So column, okay. Then what else will be there? Text encoding, right? So there is a method for encoding of the text. You have to use that encoding. There are lots of encoding, but the preferred one is the some window system and then UTF-8 to avoid any language issue. Okay, so you can use that text encoding. That will be there in the integration also. And when you are doing import into the module list, you have that option also. Okay. Then what else? Give some hint. I think you have already, most of you have completed this thing, right? So you have to mention
Yes.
data row, header row, right?
Yeah.
Suppose your file is in the different format because we don't know the source system, right? How the data is coming. So maybe your header will be on the second row and your data row will be a start on the fourth or fifth row. So you have to make sure that one, right? Okay. So you have to make sure about the header row. And what else? Header row and what else? Data row, right? Okay. What else? So you have one more option in Anaplan. Okay. Like the separator for decimal portion, right? When number comes, then there will be some decimal portion, right? So what you are going to use? Comma, dot. So generally we are using dot, right? Decimal portion. Then we'll separately talk about one setting. Okay, that is set a default file, because you are importing something, and that mapping of that file will be used going forward. Okay, the system or integration will just execute the action. Okay, while importing into Anaplan automatically giving a one name of that import. Okay, that name based on the source file name, okay, and module you are loading into or list you are loading into, that is giving automatically a name of that. You can later rename that action, okay, to make that meaningful and short. Fine. So you are basically loading a file, template file, and then going forward that will be used. So who are the other person? They can override that file. Okay, we'll discuss that point later. But now we are just going through with the basic requirement for import. So text encoding is nothing, just that is a specify a character set that is used in the import. So imported file, they will take care of that. And column separator is again, yeah, that is dividing your columns based on that symbol or icon, that is dividing your columns. Okay. What is next then? If it's hard, then I can add some, picture here also, no problem. Okay. Give me some more points here for import. Mapping, right? Everywhere mapping you have to consider, like what columns you have in source and what columns you have in target. But when we say list, because we are talking about list, so we have property, right? Not the column. So list has property. In model, we'll talk about the column. So column to property mapping, right? You can say source column to list property mapping, right? This is unique. Okay, what else? One more thing you have to set up here. You need to give the setting for that. That is basically the item that is coming from source, how we can identify which is the unique columns you have, right? Because you saw in source we have columns, right? And columns contains the list, either list property, okay, or list the face value, the list name you can say, or list code, okay. So what will be the, source for uniqueness? So we can say that item that we can uniquely identify. When we say list, means that item, right? List member, list item. So you have to mention that the list item that can be filed. Okay, you have to mention this one. You have to shut up. Once you're done with this one, then you can, run the export or hit OK. Okay. Now tell me, if you are going for this one, item uniquely identify, then you have three options, I think. Okay. Even it's four option. What are those options you have?
It's a name, code, or a combination of
Yeah,
properties.
so name or code. This is one, right? One thing. Next, you will see name only, right? Then code only. Then you have combination of list property, right? Combination of property is enough. So these four things you have that you can tick mark, okay, or select to uniquely identify the source data. Okay. Now go one by one, which one and in which situation we are going to, select that. So name or code. So in this case, Anaplan will try to match item in the source with the item we have in the target, okay, using the list code basically, and first the name of that. So if it's unique in terms of code, okay, code will be the first preference. So if code is unique, that will get loaded. Otherwise, if name is unique, then also will get loaded. Loaded when I say means the new record will get created in target. Okay. Name only. It's a very simple, right? If it's unique, then it will get created, otherwise rejected. Okay. Code only if you are selecting. If code is unique, then that will get created, otherwise rejected. Now you have combination of property. Okay. So when you have combination of property, so suppose you are down, try to load one file and mostly the columns value are repeated. Okay. So in that case, you have to concatenate kind of thing, right? So you have to use more than one column to make the record unique. Okay. So you have to use property here. Okay. Column, when I say property. So more than one column you will use, okay, you have to drag and use there to make the record unique. Okay. So what property we can use? You can use any property, including parent. So you can use parent along with the other property. But what you cannot use, that already mentioned here, right? The name and code. You cannot use this one. Apart from name and code, everything else you can use in this combination, right? So what is not there? Parent is not there, but code is there and name is there. So I cannot use name and code because we already have separate option for that one. Rest of the property I can use. Is that clear? Yes, no?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Now what else we have? So you will get some option and these are the general things. Okay. So suppose you have DDMMYY and target you have different format. So you can do that. You can play with the date column. Okay. You can change the format so that source and target will have same format. This is only for the column that has date. Okay. This is common for all the import. And what else? Think about that. What will happen even though you are mentioning that name or code or name only, code only, combination of property, however you are getting duplicate, right? There might be chances. Even though if you are mentioning these things to uniquely identify the record, however you are getting duplicate. Then what are the options you have? Do you want to ignore entire file import? Right? So if duplicate appear, okay, even after apply unique key, what will do then? Then you have two options, right? So what you can do, either you can reject entire import, okay? or import the first appearance or occurrence. Right? So this is two, I mean, the condition are there. You have to select that. Hope now it's clear to you. These are the settings for all the, I mean, imports. Okay. All the list import. This is for, especially for the hierarchy. Now we are talking about the number list. We'll talk about the feature also and the import thing also. Let me copy this one. I'll make these changes. Okay. Import, upload import into parent. This is apply here also. Okay. Let me make it down. So that will add additional point here. Number list feature. Can someone list down all the features? Then we can go for the import. What we can do, what we cannot do with the number list. When we say number list, there is a setting that we need to enable, okay, in the list, and that list become number list. When list become number list, that means that list will start generating unique code, okay, the serial number you can say, or index number you can say, automatically. That will be the system generated. Okay. Then there is another question. What will be the limit for that index? Okay, how many records we can enter into that list if I'm going to use number list? Okay. So first feature is it's generate a unique ID or index number. Number. Fine. Next point. We have to give another thing here also, an other list. Okay. The general list you can say. The other list is general list. This is number list. The list name. Okay. The name, the face value will be limited to 60 character for the general list. Okay. So anything you want to add in the data, the name only, I can say that this name will contain only 60 character. But in number list, because we have additional property here that is called display name property, I'll show you that one. So in using that display name property, you can have more than 60 character, okay, in the name. So you can mention here, can store more than 60 character. This is also fine. What is next? So this is generating a unique number, I know. I have loaded data 1 to 100, okay, and then I deleted 50 records. What will happen for the index? Index number will get reset back to the 50, or that will be, I mean, moving forward from the 100 onwards.
Moving forward.
Move forward.
Okay, so this is, I mean, drawback, you can say, right? It's not resetting back, even if the no data is there. However, it's once it's allocated the index, that will not going to reset back. Is that right? So we know that index number not resetting. So this is not good thing because I'll keep loading and I'll keep deleting. However, the sequence number will keep increasing and will hit the limit. What is the limit? Anyone?
I think it's 9,99,009.
Limit of rows right? So if we'll use this number list, then later or sooner, right? The one day you will reach to the limit of this numbers of record, right? And since it's not resetting back, so if you are keep using this one, right? The 100 you are loading and 90 you are deleting, only 10 records you are storing. However, you will reach the limitation of index. Okay, these are the, important thing you have to keep in mind while selecting the list. What else? One major feature of this number list that, that makes it unique from the general list. And that is a very, very important thing. What is that?
The names can be duplicate, whereas in
It
a flat
accept.
list they cannot.
Yeah, since it's automatically managing, see the in Excel itself, right? Excel has row number, right? So like if you write this one row, this will give you the number like 69. Since each cell in the system is uniquely defined here, right? The K73 means K means column, 73 means this. Every tuples, every cells has identity in any system. Okay. Some system is managing internally, some system allowing you to manage. So when system is saying you to manage, user to manage, developer to manage, that means you have to define unique key. Okay. But if system is managing anything, that means they can manage unique key, right? And if they are managing unique key for every record, then you can load anything, any data, right? The repeated data or anything. So means it has the unique key already. Okay, the system generated unique key, so you can load duplicate data, no issue. If you even load the duplicate data, that the internally that will be identified uniquely. So it accept duplicacy. Okay. What else? Any other feature?
Display name property.
Yes, you can create display name property. So it's kind of masking, right? Okay. I think we have more. Good. Is there any other thing? Just keep in mind that import into the number list, okay, is complicated than the general list. Okay. It's a bit complicated than the number list. Sorry, general list. Because you know that the name, the first place name, right? Every list has like the name, parent, and code, right? the default field, you can say. So here name get auto populated. In the other list we have the other list, general list. You can populate value for name, you can populate value for code, you can populate value for parent. But here we can see name is automatically get generated, right? The index number automatically get created, populated. So you cannot use that for load data. Fine. Just keep in mind that while uploading, data cannot use name, okay, name for mapping, since it's a get
It's the index number, right?
populated. Sorry?
Name means the index number, which you're
Correct,
talking
correct. Yeah. Index number, the face value, the front value, right? So what we can do, we can use display name property, okay? And that display name property will appear in place of the index number or name, okay? So you can mention this one, or if you understood, then it's fine. Any other tips? See, the other property we discuss about the name and code combination of property, right? So that will be remain same, okay? These are the feature, but we are talking about the special feature of number list. Okay, so I think we are almost done here. If you want, you can add few more things like display name once you create the display name, because you cannot create number for the face value, right? The display name property. So once you create the display name property within this number list, you have to keep the format of that text. So display name of property should be text only, then only it will be appear. Okay, what next? While loading the data into the number list manually, how many records you can generate in one click? I want to suppose you are going to add some member, right? So I want to add member in the number list item. Okay, so I'll create on the plus sign, right? The insert, something like that. Then one pop-up message will pop-up window will come up, and that has some limitation. We'll check that one. Any thoughts? If you're getting my, question, then it's fine. Otherwise, I'll show you that. I think that will be better.
1,000.
In one go, in one click.
Yeah.
Yeah. The minimum you can enter one record, and maximum you can enter 1,000 record.
Yes.
Okay. So in one click, insert item, minimum 1 to maximum 1,000 record. Why I'm saying this? Because you are just going to allocate the records. Okay. you are just going to create the records and then you will load the data. So first allocate the record because index number should be there, right? Then you will be only able to load the data over there when you go manually, right? And when you go through the automated way, system automatically checking the numbers of count in the source and then it's creating that numbers of record in the target, the number list. But when you are doing manually, then system will ask you how many records you want to get created. Okay, then you will mention 1 to 2000 in one go, and then once that 1000 record will be allocated, empty record, then you have to load data and copy paste or whatever you want to do, type, so you can do that. Fine. So these are all the points you have to keep in mind while using the number list apart from these few settings.
One question on the third point, that is can store more than 60 characters. So I think like here we're talking about the display names, right? Because even in number
Exactly,
list,
exactly,
we cannot have like the
exactly,
code more than 60 characters.
exactly.
Okay.
Yes. So let me give you some hints and then we'll start for the import into module, and let me share first. Okay, I don't want to use this one. Let's create empty one. Suppose while we are discussing for the number list, so we have employee. Okay, now here we can change number list. Fine, apply. Now go to the grid view, and we talked about this one. So this window will allow to 1 2000. Okay, I'm going to create 2. So it's automatically generated the sequence number. Okay, but I want to keep here name, the employee name. Okay, employee code here. Okay, so it's very hard to display here, right? In other list, like we have department, and we can easily insert here. Right, and it's visible here. Fine. So this is the difference we have on this level. You can see here the 1 and 2 it's showing in place of the employee. I don't have place where I can enter employee name. So what I need to do, I need to create, this is for the person actually first time they are working with Anaplan. So for them, display text, right? We talked about the display text. So we can mention that. You can keep anything like the employee name, right? You want to, if you want to use this one, you can use that. Then in that point we have discussed, it should be text, right? The display name. So this should be text. Okay. Now what next? Now you can see in the grid view, you have this field. Okay. So I want to enter here duplicate. I am able to insert duplicate here. But if you want to enter here duplicate, it will not allow. It will just override this one. It will get updated. So here, because it's the property, so I'm able to make it duplicate. But now, yeah, employee name can be duplicate. I want to show this one instead of this index number because this is meaningless. I want to display this one. Okay. But we have to keep in mind one thing. The actual name is the has one and has two. We are just going to give the masking, right? We are going to just display this one, but this will be always there in background. Okay. So when we'll use some function, right? What are the function we have? Some other function to get the code, get the name, right? So we have some function like name, code that will not work with the number list. Okay. So in number list, you can not, search the find using the find item name or the code because it has display name property that is virtual thing. Now how I can set this one to this one? So you have to go to the general list. Okay. And this is for the employee one. So employee is my number list. You have all the property here. You can see display text property somewhere, display name property. This is number list and we have to use that property we have used for face value. Okay, now I have set this one so you can check. This is Bikran and this way you can see here both name is appearing here. So in this case we have seen it's accepted duplicate. Also the limit of the character. Okay, here we have the maximum the department name we can write here 60 character under the 60 character. Okay, but here we have property so we can have more than 60 character also. So whatever you will write here that will be displayed here. Fine. Okay, so now let's move on the next. So we'll use list now and we know the property of list. Okay, feature of list, and based on that we can import data. We'll make the setting into the list. Now we have module, the next. Once you load the data into list, then next will be your module. And also see, you can load into the blueprint view also. In the module you have two faces, right? So you can toggle between data view, grid view, Okay, data grid view and the blueprint view. So in blueprint view, we have formula and we have line item. Okay. So import into module. Where we can import into within the module. I'm talking about import into grid view, data grid view. Okay. Sorry. We can also import into blueprint view. Okay. So if you know that you have already ready-made file that has, I mean, all the line items name and their formula and rest of the settings, if it's already there, okay, then you can simply, I mean, upload that one in one go, all the line items and their settings will get created and configured. Fine. What we need to keep in mind while loading the data into module. Any opinion here? Do we have the setting for mapping source and target? Like in the list we have, right, the property, column and property. But in module we have line items, right? And we have source and source we have column. So column to line item mapping, right? What else that makes unique, I mean, the different import settings for the module than the list? Any idea? So I'm talking about grid view. Okay, let's move to the next. Dimension, right? So yeah, so yeah, let me make it bold. This is play vital role while importing into module. After this, we have some other setting also, like the clear data, then load, right? The update only. Those are the, I mean, other common settings we have. But this dimension you have to use in mapping, and all the dimensions should be mapped. Fine. So suppose you have like the organization, you have like the account as a dimension, you have time as a dimension, right? So for even for the single data you are loading, like suppose you are loading amount only, okay, you want to update amount only. However, you have to map all the dimension that you have in the module. Clear? Like if you have a version in the dimension as a dimension, then you have to mention that which version you are going to load, actual version, forecast version, right? So that way you have to define and you have to map. Now, what can be the source? Again, even for the list, source can be your file, source can be your model, right? Other Anaplan models, right? Same way, in the module also, source can be your other model, source can be your file. When I say file, that means text file and CSV file. Okay, what else? Similar thing, you have to mention other point like you have to select text encoding here also. You have to select column separator here also. Then You have to select here decimal separator also. Then you have to mention header row and the data row. Okay. So position of header row and data row. Then what else you have to mention? Suppose I have to import some income statement. Okay. In income statement, I have organization as a dimension, account as a dimension, time, the financial year month as a dimension, and I just want to load the data over there. How many dimension I have to map? Of course, I have version also. Example I'm giving you here. I have time. I have organization. I have versions. Okay. And then I have line item. So I have map for, I have to mention which column, okay, contains that data. I mean, which columns contain time, which columns contain organization. Sorry, on which version we are going to load, okay, that information where we have. And then line item by line item. So you have to do it separately. Okay. In source file, you will get all the list of columns. And then you have to map, like the column 3, we have financial year, so that you can match for time, right? The financial month, you can match for time. This way you have to do the mapping. Clear? We'll do the exercise to get it, I mean, hands-on this one. And while loading, okay, sorry, while mapping, you will get two options. Okay. While mapping. When I say while mapping means the mapping from the source and to the dimension. Okay. So while mapping, you will have two options. One is map item manually. I'm not going to write, I mean, long things here. And auto. A second option will be auto. Okay. So when we'll be matching this one, do you want to match the one by one line item? Okay. Or you just want to tune the auto so that whatever data will be the source, if it's matching with the target, then data will get loaded. Okay. So we'll see in that window also. Then if is anything that we don't have in source, but we have in target. So like version information. Okay. I want to load, take the same example. In source, this is my target. Okay. This is my target data. In source, I have time. Okay. I have organization. I have line item. That's it. I don't have version information. Can I load data into target if I have only this limited information?
Yes, the version will stay unmapped in the target.
So fixed target item, right? In this case, you have to choose, yeah. Have to choose fixed target item. Okay, so either you have like budget, either you are going to load actual, either you are going to load forecast, right? So for version, okay, you have to choose one of the version, but you can load data. Fine. Line item we discuss. Yeah, either you can just map with the auto map, okay, match the name and code and then get it mapped. Otherwise, you can do that manually. Okay, so hopefully we have covered everything. Okay, just keep in mind for date, I'm always saying, even for the list, even for the module, okay, you have to make sure the format of date should match, okay, the format with the target. So you have to make it equal, like MMDDYY, MMYY, whatever the format is there, right? You have to match that. Fine. Any
I
question till
have a
now?
question. Yeah, can we also cover briefly the selections we make on the first screen while importing? Their options are fixed line item, ask each time import is run, and column headers. So what's the difference between each of these?
Oh, okay. So mostly you're talking about the first tab, mapping tab, right?
Right, yeah.
And which option you are talking about?
The options that we select in the source for mapping it. So three options, for example, are fixed line item, ask each time import is run, and the third option is column headers.
I think I am not getting what you are saying. So in source, mostly like you have time, you have
Yeah,
the
so
organization, right? In this case, I mean the whatever example I have given you, you have version, right? And then you have I mean line items or whatever the name of that.
I think
Yeah, I'm
she's
talking
talking
about
about
the
the
Excel. Yeah,
mapping
right.
when we do while source to target. While we are selecting the source, we get this option column headers, ask each time. Like while mapping, we
To
get that
map the columns, for
dialog
example, from
box.
Excel file to line items. So where should it look for the headers? Is it going to be column headers, or is it like one fixed line item column it's supposed to map to?
Okay. I think, yeah, let's once we'll start loading, then we can check that one out.
Yeah, we
I
can
think
see
I
on the
will.
UI also. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second, let me check that.
to
Module.
into the particular version or into particular time, so we'll use the ask each time import, right? Instead of mapping it directly.
Okay, 1 second, huh? I'm creating scenario, whatever you are saying. Just 1 second. This PC, stop, files.
We see your Excel though for now.
So you are talking about the file option? The first window
Yes.
is comparing file option
Yeah.
where you have text encoding, column separator, text delimiter, decimal separator, header row, first header row.
Oh, the next
Uh,
page.
Do
I'm
Do you mind
actually
sharing your
talking about the save. Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I'm talking mainly about the, for example, saved view from module, from saved view to module if you're doing import.
See, the first window is we discuss about that is common for list and module. That is we are where we are selecting like the text encoding, text separator, all those stuffs, right? Then next screen is coming where we have like all the dimension tab, and first tab will be your mapping tab, right?
Right, right,
Okay. On mapping tab, the first option is source and target, right?
right.
In
Yeah,
target, system automatically show in the target the name of the, dimension you have, right? So all the dimension and then line items, right?
right.
Okay. Then in source, you know that, okay, which columns has that information, right? So like time, which column has time as a dimension, which column we have other dimension, right? And then finally, you know that which column we don't have information. Any target, like we talk about the version. So version we don't have in source. So in place of the version, what we can select from, we have the option in the source always, fix item. Okay. You can
Okay, yeah,
select that.
that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
Oh, okay, then it's fine.
And Ajit, I'm not sure if you're sharing your screen, we only see Excel. I mean, if you're sharing the UI of Anaplan.
Uh, yes, I'm created the scenario. Let me check. Sorry, yes, yeah, because it's not the same file. Just I call that box, import box.
Yeah, this is what I meant. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So you
So
have
the
two
difference
options,
between,
right? So
yeah, each of these
suppose if
options.
you're in source, you don't have department, then you can just fix it, or you can select this one so that this will ask you for mapping each time. Okay, this is so simple. And then rest you know, right? So I
Right,
have
yeah.
three dimension in target. So whatever I have, everything will be listed here, except this one. Mapping is the central for the same thing you have on the rest tab. Okay. And then on the right side, you have two options. So clear target prior to load, prior to import, or just update the cell over there. Okay. I think that's it. Then here you have two options. What will happen when you hit on the run import? What will happen on the OK?
OK will save the action and run import will run the import actually and save the action.
Right. If I have anywhere that information, I can fix that. Okay, so I have to do the mapping everywhere. I don't have time information in the source. I can fix this one. So it will automatically create action name, okay, with the source and the target, right? So source, we have this one. You have to rename this one to give the meaningful name, what is coming and where it's going, okay? By the way, this will give you information where it's loading data. Fine. Okay, so let's go back to the Excel. Yeah. Let me know if anything is, you do not understand or you want to get clarification on that.
All good for now.
Okay. And you know that how to, create list. I think new people will not aware about that one. How to create list, how to set up parent and child. Okay. All those stuffs. So how to set up, subset. Okay. We'll go through with that one also before do the exercise. So first of all, make sure that you are able to create empty model. Okay, I mean, you are able to add a new model just for the testing or some assignment kind of thing. Just to make everyone should have that. If not, then I'll share ID and password and you can create that. Please check and let me know. Someone asked about that on that day about the parallel hierarchy, right? So have you checked that what is parallel hierarchy? By the way, I have explained that one. And go and check that one. You might find some additional information on that to easily understand. Okay. Make sure you all should have this one. Fine. Okay. So hope everyone has access. Let me talk about some configurational item that you will be set up while creating the list. Okay. And then I'll give you some exercise on that. So settings for list. Okay. First setting, top label item. You can see that. What is this and why it's required? First of all, try to understand. You have uh, some records, right? Transactional record. You want the total of that, right? In table, generally, we are adding in the bottom the total row, right? That is giving total of that all the records, right? All the transaction. So similar way in the list, we have this top level or total, you can say. So you have to give the name if it's required. If you want to sum up, if you want to roll up, okay, to the top level. Again, there are two things will be here. One will be the parent hierarchy, okay? So like this one. if parent is there, okay, in your list, you are creating child list, you are making setting for child list, you know that your all the child item, okay, that will be roll up to the parent hierarchy, okay. But if you want to roll up, okay, if you're creating a list that doesn't have any parent associated, I want the total of that, okay, in my calculation somewhere, then I'll say top level item. Okay, I'll mention something like here, like all, or the total of this one, or total of that one, whatever the data that list will contain. Based on that, you can give here meaningful name. Okay, so it's so the very highest level of the hierarchy, or subtotal into all the lower level of item that you have into the list, and it's a rolling up. Okay. Next is your parent hierarchy. Okay. So this is again in the parent hierarchy mode, it's rolling up to the parent. Okay. So if the parent is organization, then all the items of this list will get accumulated, and total that will be reported to the parent one. Then we have category. In category, this is nothing but group of item. Okay, so group of item, when we can say there is already predefined groups are there, so you can just categorize that. This list belong to geographic, this list belong to product, something like that. So there are drop down, predefined drop down. Okay, we cannot, I mean, play with that one. We cannot add, I think, new thing over there. So whatever we have, if you want to categorize that one, you can select. Otherwise, just keep as blank. Okay, similar way, you can see the data tag. So again, if you want to give some name, okay, the further, if you want to search that which, how many list we have, the revenue, right? The how many list is we have built for this particular product. So you can give some name of this, I mean, list, the tag name, so that later you can search that. Okay. Now, next is the important one, selective access. Selective access enabled. Okay. This means, suppose you have region hierarchy, okay, and you are going to enable selective access, okay, so that you will give region specific access to the user, okay, because this selective access will be applied to the user, right? User, the which user will be able to access which region data or which country data, okay, with continent data. So based on that, you can enable this selective access to the region level. Similar way, if there are various product label, so product label, the product band 1, product band 2, product band 3, right? The detail level PB6, PB5, right? Something like that. If you have product hierarchy, you can enable selective access, and then you can give the, the access to the user based on their labels. Okay. So this is for that. Now you have production data. Again, this is important. So do you want user to create or add item list member into list, or whatever you will set, that will be a static and user cannot edit that one? Only administrator can do that. And when I say administrator, even though administrator cannot modify in the production, they can make same changes in the dev model, okay, and then sync to the production. So directly no one can change in the production, whether they are, admin or the end user, business user. Okay. So you are restricting to add anything in the production, because this is a structural data. So a structural change is only allowed in the dev model. So data will go through the dev model only. There will no be no one can, I mean, change or add or delete anything can do in the production. Okay. So suppose in this project, okay, the personal financial project, we have seen that I want to give user the access, okay, or the right to the user so that they can add or create loans, right? They can delete loans here. So what I need to do here, I need to give them right, okay, to create or add a member in the list. So whatever list I'll create, like the loan management list or whatever list will be there, that list I'll enable the production data. I'll make it yes, so that they will be able to add or remove, I mean, the data from dashboard itself. Okay, clear? I'd like to add one more thing here. Okay, since we are talking about the list itself only, so in number list, I think we can add few more feature here. We missed that one. Why I'm talking about this one? Because we just came up in mind that because this is loan, right? Add loan things, add, delete. So which list will allow you to add and delete item from the dashboard, and the end user can play with that? Number list only, right? Number list is allowing you to create item, delete item, right? So in that case, the add loans, okay, you have to use number list, right? It's allow to add item, delete item through action or action like the create, delete, okay, and user can run this action from UX, okay? Because you have, once you know each and everything about this, right, all the features, everything, then you can easily select what you need, where you need, right? So production data, we know that I can allow user to make the changes, okay, add, remove, delete, whatever, rename. And then also we know that only number list will be used in that case to do this one, okay? I mean, this one, for this one, add and delete this one. Production data you can enable for any, I mean, the simple or the, I mean, any kind of list, okay? No problem for that. Then next is managed by, list managed by.
I have a question here.
Go ahead.
Let's say while building the model, I didn't check that production data because it was not a part of the requirement. And in the later stage, the user said that it should be a production data because they want to add the data. So when I make the changes, do I lose the data in the production?
See, I think that we'll cover in ALM, but yeah, let's discuss about that one. What we are sending from dev to production, we are sending data, or we are just sending a structure?
We are just changing the structure.
A structure, right? So now you are saying that earlier you have a structure, means that you have not enabled your production data, right? So
Yeah.
earlier you have a structure and suppose a list, okay? So you in region list, suppose you have 5 region, okay, and you send that 5 region to production. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Now you change that as a production data, then list will go there, okay, but that 5 member will not go there.
Okay.
Getting my point? That will be empty. So you have to recreate that in production. Now, it's up to you whether you are going to create it manually or if you have created provision like the import action, okay, that user can run from there and select the file and then get that loaded. Okay, or if you have set up any integration for that, the integration will auto populate that one. Clear?
Okay.
Yeah. Similar way, suppose you have created subset. Okay. So you have employees in this example, like we have employee and we have subset for, we have created later, we have created subset the active employee, inactive employee. What we'll do then? That is production data. So whatever I'll set up here, that will not go there, right? So I'll create subset here, but again, I'll do the setting in the production one more time, once again. Okay, because all the production data related things, right, that you have to redo in production. But all the structural thing that only move from the dev to production. Okay, fine. So this is managed by, again, this managed by is not managed by,
One more question.
I mean, anyone currently. Go ahead.
So you're saying that like since the requirement was at a later stage, so first we will make the change in dev and move that to product, right? There'll be another synchronization happening.
Before, I would say, before implementing the ALM, when I say implementing in ALM means that most of the cases I have seen the people are using only one model, okay, in a standard mode. They are even doing the production work over there, making some changes over there, everything. But when you are separating out the dev model, dev environment, production environment, and this one, QA or test environment, right? Before that, you have to list down each and everything. You have to discuss with business, okay, which data they want to do by themselves from their side, okay, what data they want to restrict that should go only through the, I mean, the development work, okay. So you have to decide those things before implementing ALM, and then I think that's fine. You have to walk one time while implementing that, okay, because there will be lots of work that you have to redo in the production.
Right. So if the requirement comes at a later stage, that was Riyaz's question, right? So after already syncing it with the prod, and later we come to know that they want it as the production data. So in that case, like we will again have to do the changes in dev and then move
Of
that.
course, you have to do the reload, data reload everywhere, wherever that is referred, the data will be removed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we
Because
don't lose the
see,
data.
if you are changing production data, that means that will affect your formula also. Okay, suppose somewhere you have using select. Okay. So on a structure you can use select, but on production data you cannot use select. So select function will not work in that case. Okay, so you have to change function also. So if this is the, if this requirements is comes to you to make these changes, then you have to list down all the possibility. Okay, how many modules are using the data, or where are the chances to lose the data? Okay, and then how many places you have to update formula, everything you have to do that. All the homework once done, then you have to do a demo. Okay, you have to create production copy in the sandbox. You have to do that synchronization thing. Okay, everything. Once you are done with that, these are the list we have to perform in production while moving in the actual production deployment. Okay, migration. Then you can go only on after that. Before that, you have to create sandbox. You have to do all the exercises that is required. Okay, because you might require so many places to update formula. Okay, so many places to set the like the subset you have to check over there, because data, I mean, removed, right? You have to again create data, create subset, update formula, all the places where data will get deleted. You have to reload the data. Everything you have to list down. You have to do all those exercises in the sandbox model, and the same list down each and everything whatever you are doing in the sandbox. Once everything is perfect, then do it in your dev, okay, and send in your QA, UAT or test, get that approval, and if everything is done over there, then same exercise you have to do with the production, okay. Give the downtime notification to the user because that will take time, okay, for you 3-4 hours, 5 hours, and then within that period you have to do that thing. Before doing that again, I would recommend that
Got
take
it.
the
Okay. Thank you.
backup of the model, okay, backup of the data, take everything in the backup, okay, and then do the exercise. Yeah, so next item we are discussing about the managed by. This is currently it's a reserve for the future use. We cannot edit or do anything with this managed by property. So next we have workflow. Workflow we are enabling again on the hierarchy, okay, like the selective access we discussed. Selective access we are enabling on the hierarchy. Similar way, workflow, definitely we have the hierarchy, then only we are going to enable the workflow, because there will be labels, right? There will be parent child. So child will give some request, parent will check that, approve that. Then again, next level of the parent will check that, approve that. So there is approval, I mean, the process over there in the workflow, right? So that's why always we are enabling this workflow on the hierarchy, and also you can only enable uh, workflow in one time in a one model, only one. So suppose if you enable workflow on the hierarchy level, region level, you cannot enable on the product level at the same time. If you enable for the product level, you cannot enable for the other hierarchy. Okay. So this is process of what we have, steps of approval we have involved here, and it's only allow one workflow in one model at a time. Okay, so next is number list. Number list we just discuss in detail. I mean, it's we have covered almost all thing here for the number list. So you have, whether you want to use the number list or not, you have to just enable or disable from here. And then nothing, then some information you will see that if you have enabled number list, right? If yes, then you will see the next item, index. Okay, so what is the next index we have? You can see that. Okay, so almost I think we are done with this one, this property. Okay. Fine. I don't think you should have question. If you have anything with the property, please let me know before moving to the next. Again, I have one question here. Okay. Because this is not the technical thing. This is, I mean, functional thing. Suppose I run one integration, okay, in the number list. It's load 1,000 data, and then it's delete all the unwanted data, and then only we have 10 records or 5 records. Okay. Index is increasing daily, and it's hitting the limit. Okay. But in the list, we have only like 500 records. Then in that case, what we can do? We have 500 record, but now list reached the limitation. Think about that. Give some opinion. So simply you have to contact Anaplan support. Okay, you can ask, you can provide them name of the list, workspace ID, model ID. Definitely they will ask this information and then they will reset back. So if you are using 500, they will reset 1 to 500 and then rest of the index will be empty. Okay, so 501 and going forward, you can start again creating that. Fine, we cannot, do that. However, sometimes, okay, why I'm saying that, I have seen many times that administrator, workspace administrator can reset it. Okay. But only in that case when the selected list does not contain any items and I want to reset it. Suppose I have used the line list, okay, the number list, and I have taken backup of that, okay. And now I have deleted all the member from that list and I want to reset it back and then again I'll load that backup data. Getting my point? So in that practice, in that way, you can reset that. But again, make sure you have to check each and everything on that one. Then item count or the index number will be a start from 1. But I don't think this is good practice to do by your own, because if you are deleting everything, then I mean that doesn't make any sense, right? Because you need dimension, you need everything, right? The data will be sitting based on that, might be. So if you are deleting that, this means the data will be deleted, right? All the intersection will get deleted based on that. But this is the way they are, allowing us to do that. So you can check the configure tab, okay? And then in that tab, I think you should have reset option also, okay? Mostly it's disabled, right? The reset item, reset things. But again, yeah, as I said, if you delete all the members, okay, then that will be enabled for you. Are you getting my point? Yes, no? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I said most of the cases, okay, might be if you can see that option, okay, reset will be there in the number list. Fine. But you might be not able to reset that. That's why I'm saying you need to contact with the Anaplan support. Fine.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, like you said, our index limit also reaches that limit, and our data also there means what would be the case for that list if we are trying to add a item to that.
Can you repeat that? I didn't get.
Yeah, for example, my list is completely full, the numbered list.
Mm-hmm.
I have exceeded the index limit.
Mm-hmm.
When even I'm trying to load the data to that list,
Mm-hmm.
I cannot do, right? So what would be
Yeah.
for that? Are we going for the next list, or what can we do
Yeah.
for existing data?
See, if you know that if you have this much of amount of data in list, okay,
Yeah.
then you cannot, I mean, use that list, right? It's prefer to not use that one. Now, I said the different scenario. So actual data is very less, but daily we are loading and deleting unwanted data because we have feature in the number list to delete and create item, right? So might be user or integration is creating a lot, then it's deleting unwanted, okay? But index is keep increasing, right? So in that case, we need to reset it back. Okay. However, Anaplan allow you to, if you want to increase the size of that, you need to connect with them. They can increase the size also. They can reset, they can increase. In some of the cases, because the reset option is already there, okay, you should have workspace administrator rights. Okay, you have to delete items in the list first, okay, and then you can reset it back, okay, to the first position. Because if you delete everything, then of course your index will be a start from 1. But I have seen it's not always available, the reset option. Button is there, but it's disabled. Okay. So by on, I think it's very hard to do that.
Okay.
Got it? Yeah, you can check that. You can create number list, you can enable number list and do this exercise. Okay. Might be, I don't know, that will be enabled for you to reset option, but most of the cases it will be disabled always. So you have to contact to Anaplan support to get it reset, or if you want to increase the size, they can also do that.
Can I see that option if I'm an admin?
You have access, right? In Anaplan?
Yeah, I have access as a
Yeah, you can check that. Check the number list, and then yeah, you can check that. No problem. In number list, go to the configure tab, the last tab, okay? And
Okay.
in the bottom most, check that.
Okay, that there is a place as next item index. There is near to that
Correct,
reason
correct,
that I
correct,
listed.
correct, correct. Yeah, there is two summary information that is basically for number list. So next item index, okay, and the total count of item you have in that list, right? So if you have 10 records, that will show the 10 records, okay, including the parent also. If you're selecting parent, then definitely that will be also counted. Yeah, that is also the important thing. Keep in mind, if you have 10 records and each record has one parent, okay, that means total count will be 20. Got it?
Got
But
it.
I think yeah, that will be disabled even for you also. Is it
Yeah,
disabled?
currently it is disabled. Yeah.
Yeah, always it will be disabled. I have seen that. Many times I have tried that, but yeah, it was, I mean, disabled always and need to reach out to an upline. So two option, I think it's not working here. One is the manage by, it's also disabled, right? And this one, the reset option. This is also disabled, so you cannot do that. Clear?
What is the purpose of having that managed by?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying they have not defined what they are going to, for which purpose they are going to use. They just mention that we'll use in future.
Okay.
When future will come, we don't know. This is reserved for future. Okay, fine. So, what left now? Yeah, import we discuss and blueprint import. I would suggest to go into the blueprint view of the module. Okay, and then in the blueprint view, we have all the settings. It's better to export the blueprint, okay, into the CSV. Fine, and then make all the changes. I mean, the whatever line items, line items you want to use, right? If you have already new line items in some other model and want to create similar model here, so export from there and then import formula and everything. But make sure all the dimensions should match. Then only your formula will sit here. Okay. So what in module we can import blueprint view, and we can import into even import export, both will work for blueprint view and for data view, data grid view. Correct? Fine. So we have covered this one. Let's, take now lunch break, and then we'll back and we'll do exercise. Okay, I'll give you one assignment. Get that done in the test model. You have to create new model and get that done. In that, you have to do the import activity. Okay, the list creation and import activity, and then we'll move for this project. Okay. So on break. Hope everyone back now. So let me give you one assignment quickly. Files. Assignment 3. Sure. Okay. Then files, share, content, file, share file, desktop, assignment. So this one, open. Okay, I'm sharing some files. Please let me know if you are able to get that or not. Don't know, I'll be able to send that one or not. Can you check that? Any of you? Are you able to download?
There was a box that was showing download file, but there was no file to download.
Okay, let me reshare again. Share file next. Select region. Share. Oh, it's uploading. Not. File chat. Open and share. Transfer. Okay, I'm transferring one file. Please check and let me know. So you have sent you region. Okay, check that if you are able to download or not.
I can able to download.
Sorry, able to download?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share the rest of the file 1 second. 1, 2, 3, five. Question one employee department country. Okay, Please get this, downloaded in your system. Okay.
Totally nine files, right?
Yeah, I'm also sending question. I hope you all downloaded. Okay. So create a new model. Okay. Put your name as a prefix and then in last just tag underscore MB. Then create each list in the same hierarchy. We have number list also there and flat list also there. Then import data into, and then once you're done, okay, then take the screenshot and share back to me. For this one, this exercise, make sure whatever data is there in file, you have to do validation also. Okay, so create list, then set hierarchy, number list, okay, import data, and do validation with files. Okay, for this one, I'm giving you 45 minutes. So right now it's 14:15 or near about. Okay, so let's get this done. Okay. Hope everyone completed that. Anyone face any issue? Okay. So now we are going to continue this one, personal financial planning. Everyone ready now?
Yes, Chit.
Okay. So now let's start thinking on the what we are going to give to user. Okay, for interaction, the user interaction. So uh, based on the requirement, I'd like to give them an interface to, because you have to discuss with user business user also, but here we are assuming that the first thing that I'll provide user to update or add the salary information. Okay, so one dashboard I'll give them so that they can update their, monthly income. Okay, so we can put that dashboard for salary and investment and the rate of text that is applicable for him. That information they can enter. Dashboard for salary and investment and tax entry. Then I want to give another dashboard. Okay, so that will be for like what, based on the user history. What will be the next dashboard?
Upload loan details.
Yeah,
Transaction.
create, yeah, add loan. Okay, so yeah, loan management, basically add loan, delete loan, and then there, monthly EMI, you can say. They can update that. And what else? While creating the add new loans, they will provide the name of the loans, right? They will select the category. They can enter, when they will create new loan, they will be able to enter their EMI, okay, some property and loan name like, okay, so you have to list on those things, whatever you want to give them on the interface. Loan might be, personal loan, okay, maybe educational loan, maybe car loan. So uh, we have different types of loan, right? Some loan has a resale value, right? Suppose car, uh, I have one car on loan and I already paid, I mean, half of them amount. So I have some resale value, okay, that we can add that. So I just need to give them one flag here that some of the loan has resale value. So resale value flag I can. Then when loan, when loan date started, okay. So the start date of loan, etc. There might be other, whatever you are thinking, if you want to get the additional information regarding the loan, you can provide on the interface. Okay. Because if that, loan has resale value, okay, then what will be the resale value, right? The market value. That other information you can also add over there. Then on the third dashboard, I want to give them a monthly budget. Based on the expense, they will evaluate all the expenses and the income, okay, while checking that one, and then he will invest something, right? Invest some amount. After that, okay, he will think about the how much budget I need for monthly expense. Okay, so enter budget. Monthly budgeted, I think that will be the more clear. Monthly budgeted amount. Fine. So these three dashboard will allow user to make some entry, okay, and that will capture and store somewhere in the input module, right, based on the disco pattern. Then what we are going to show them will, show that what was the budget, okay, what, the actual spend they have made. Also, he said that in BRD, he need, user story, I think they have mentioned something like each category, right? In each category and expense type they have mentioned. So we'll allow them, okay, this one, second line. I want to see monthly budget expense and actual expense, okay, so both figure, but there should be drop down so that they can select the expense type and then see the what was the budgeted and what happened, okay, and then we'll show the difference also, okay. So three things. So we either we can, on same dashboard, this dashboard, he will enter the budget amount, okay, for future one, and in the past what happened, they can see the same thing here also, okay. So budgeted figure versus and the actual figure, the difference we'll put here itself, okay, on this dashboard itself. And also we'll give a chart, okay, where we can show, like we'll give them like filter to select the expense type and then see the monthly expense that happened, okay, for each day, because we are going to load daily transaction, right? It's up to you. Monthly, I think will be better to show them. Okay. Now, one more table I'll add here that will show like all the expenses is one go, no filter. Without filter. Same thing we are going to represent in three different way. In graph, okay. In conditional formatting, we'll highlight that the over budget, under budget things, okay, and then all the expenses on the monthly level, the budgeted thing, okay, so without any filter. So these are the, interface we have to create, but we have to think about how we are going to capture data. So we have seen few data will get it from dashboard, but a few data definitely they will load, like the transaction data, right? So they have, I mean, lots of transaction for each day. So they want to load in bulk. So you have to give the ability, okay, for the user to bulk load the data. Bulk load, either they can load through the transaction, sorry, integration, or they can even load from the dashboard itself. Okay. Now, there is a difference, okay, between the two-dimensional data and this multi-dimensional database. Okay. So we have to think that how we are going to load data. Okay. They have transactional data. Can they directly load into module? This is Anaplan way. Okay. How they will, I mean, load the transactional data. This data. What we need to do to get this data loaded. Okay. So since it's transactional data, we know that we discussed that while loading the data, okay, we need unique key, right? Even especially in the number list, there should be unique key in the your source data. You have to add provision to have that code over there. Okay. So it's recommended for number list. So each transaction definitely should have transaction number. Okay. Unique transaction number. And then that transaction number, based on that transaction number, rest of the information will populate. Okay. Now, when we are going to select what do we need to create a list and all the properties, okay, like the expense type and amount, okay, everything I want to create in the list or in the module. Okay. Since this is transactional data, okay, and frequently we are going to use in calculation in lots of places, so it's preferred to have the rest of the information except the key loaded into the module. Okay, so we'll first load in the list and then into the module. Why? We don't have the structure in Anaplan like this one, row and column, because here you can see already we have the empty rows, right? But in Anaplan we don't have intersection until unless you are going to give some dimension over there. Based on the dimension, intersection will get created, and on that intersection cell, intersection point, you will load the data. Okay, so that's why we need intersection first. When we say intersection first means for transactional data, we need the cell. To create the cell, you have to first load data into the list, and that list will be used as a dimension in the module. And then you have the place, okay, where you can load the data. So you have interface after that. Fine. Now we have to think that how many list we have to create here, and then how many module we have to create. Then we'll start thinking that what line items we need to keep in which modules, and then we'll add the formula. After that, all the calculation will create either UX or classic dashboard to publish the information and also for capturing the information. Fine. So think about the list, okay, what we are going to create here. So go on the top and check this, what they are saying in this description. Even this is saying that you need transactional data to load. So I need to create a list for the transactional data. Okay. So like you want to load credit card transaction. So I can give same name here, meaningful name here. Transactions. This will be my one of the list. Then he said he want to check data by expense type. If he's saying that expense type, that means user will provide us a file, okay, that has expense type. Okay. So next will be expense type. Okay. Now again go back. What else? This statement is not talking about anything. This statement talked about that expense type. Okay. And then loan. Okay, loan details. So when we are talking about the loan, that means they can have multiple types of loan, right? Home loan and education loan we talked about. So there will be category of loan. Okay. And inside the category, they will add loan. So they should be either able to add category also, then inside the category loan. But I think it's very rare he will change the category. But inside the category, they will keep adding and deleting loans. Okay. So what we need to do here, we need to add here loan category. Sorry. So category, when I say category, that means home loan, personal loan, right? Educational loan. But there will be more than one loan inside each category, right? So what we need to do, we have to define the category first, and then inside the category, we'll create detail about the loan, each loan. Okay, when we have more than one loan. So that means we need to create parent-child list. Okay, so next list will create, when I say user will be able to create, then definitely I'll provide them the list type number list so that they can create by self. Okay. So like loan and number list. Okay. Either prefix or postfix the hash that represent the number list. But now we have two labels here. Okay. So this should be the label 1 category. You can put here L1 or 1. I'll keep this way, and L2. So we have this flat list. Okay, flat list. Then we have uh, hierarchy. Okay, composite hierarchy, loan, and then loan detail. Okay, so this is my list. Based on the requirement, based on the user story, we decided to have this list. Okay, now modules. Before that modules, we can, let's categorize functional area. When I say functional area, I would say we'll have, input, because we are going to take data. We want to capture data from dashboard. So we have some module in backend, and that name of the module either or the functional area will be of that module, particular module is input. So just for the small thing, input, not going into the detail, much detail. So input, then we have calculated modules, right? The calc module. So we can use calculation. Then we have data module also, because we discuss here like the expense type might load from the file. So we should have a staging module, right, to load this data, load this transaction data. So you can create data staging module, and then you want to show some data on the dashboard. So you will create some module that will hold a result, the output, okay, or will prepare output in that modules. So we have seen there are 4 types of functional area we are going to create, and then we'll assign module related in the related functional area. So input, calculation, data, output. You can change this order, okay? No problem for that. Fine. Why I actually discuss this functional area first? Because based on the functional area, now it's easy to think about, okay, the module. So now I'm talking about, I want to create some input module, okay? We'll tag here as input. I want to create input module, okay? Now think about that based on the user story, based on the BRD, or which module you want to create as a input module. We know that they talked about here assets, right? I mean, a starting balance they will enter, okay? Also, they will enter like the asset value, okay? So we should have one module that will capture a starting balance, okay? So you can mention that. This will be my input module. Sorry. Next input module. They will enter some salary, right? We talked about in the dashboard. Huh? Like we can click here. So now we have to relate each other so that we can identify that we said that we'll give the platform to enter salary information, right? So you have backend module for that. So salary planning, you can say. Okay, this will be also under input. Then next, we talked about market value of I mean some of the assets, right? If they have assets, they should have market value of that asset. Okay, so they will enter that asset value and will keep under some modules and backend module. So asset market value. This is also comes under input. Now next one.
Jade, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Here you have mentioning that starting balance, salary planning. These are my line items or the
Module. See, it's a header.
module.
Yeah, next step will be line item. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I think we forgot to mention one more thing in functional area. We should have system also. Okay. System module. We'll create one more functional area for that. Let's grade it out. So I'll create time setting. So like previous month, next month, right? I'll calculate all the times. A scale over there, time settings. Because this is created by developer, and then this will be referred in or rest of the component of that model. Okay, it will not be changed by the user, so we can keep under the system model. Then we talked about the loan, right? So they will create loan from dashboard. Okay, so we can we need to create, I mean, give them the backend module for that. So like management, because he will create, he will delete, he will rename, right? Whatever he want to do, he can do that. This will be created by inputted by user, so we can consider input module. Okay. Now next we can talk about what the data user is going to load into system. So data module. Okay. So data, we know that transactional data they want to enter, right? So we can create a backend module to hold transactional data. And this will come under data module. Then we have monthly expense type also. The user will enter there. Okay, but they can enter from file, right? So we can use monthly expense data. Now I think we have all the inputs. Okay, then we have data also. Then we can prepare calc and output. So now we'll calculate monthly loan payment. Then the investment we can calculate. User want to see net worth, overall net worth. Okay, so we'll give them as output, and then also monthly investment detail planning. So we'll create two output for them, net worth monthly, or we can just put the monthly net worth or net worth. Calculate, okay, and then show them. So I'll create as a output this one, and then monthly investment also. So on high level, these are the modules and types we are going to create. Okay, now each module will have some line items. Okay, then we'll create some actions. So think about the action also. Because now you need to automate something. What could be the action? The first action, I think, load data into list. Okay. So action type I'll put here. And I'll mention like list, then load, expense type. Then we have a daily transaction we have to load, right? So we have to create again list, load, transaction data, right? The daily transaction or the transaction data. Fine. Okay. What next? Action, next action. Any idea? You want to check this? You can check. I covered this one, transactional and monthly expense. Okay. Expense type. Is there any other place where for that we need to create some automation? Yes, no. Yeah, completely on silent. So, Riaz,
Uh,
after looking this, yeah, schema, can you tell me?
transactional we completed, right? And monthly expenses we completed.
Yes, we completed that one because that are data load. So yeah, we need import action for that.
What about sales planning?
Sorry, sales planning or salary planning?
Sorry, salary planning.
They will enter from dashboard, no?
Okay, those are input. Okay, I can see those are
Yeah,
input.
yeah. And we have, yeah, Abhinav, any thought?
So I think rest we will input from the dashboard.
Yeah, of course, rest we can input from dashboard. Okay, like a starting balance we can input from dashboard. Salary will input from dashboard, right? Time we'll configure. Okay, one time and we will use multiple times. So that will be also, that will be also fine. I mean, that will be input one. Okay.
What about hierarchy?
Which hierarchy?
Um, Here we have, right? I can see on the screen L1 content.
On this schema? Okay.
No,
Is
on
it
this
there?
schema, no. Yeah, no,
No,
it's
no,
not
no.
there.
The list we discussed, just discussed about the list. Okay, but that time. I think on the action side, you need some more detail, right? Yeah, try one more time, then I'll explain, I think, action, all the actions. Then I think you will be able to find some detail. So check the schema, okay, and then think about that, what else we can, I mean, create in action.
I think we have not taken care of the loan details. They are also going to be uploaded, right?
Loan detail, no,
Loan management, the last one.
no, then read this one, user story, what he's want to say. User story, you will say that what he want to do. He want to either load or he want to create, okay.
Okay, so it says this first story says I want to add loans and loan payment amount. So that will be
Yeah,
on dashboard.
of course, yeah, that will be from dashboard.
Okay.
Yeah, think on that and then we'll talk about action. I know everyone knows what need to get created here, but yeah, check this as schema, user story, VRD, and think that. Once you start building, then again you have to think how many say view you need, right, to move the data from one module to another module. But that is the, I mean, the next level.
But
But
in
this
this
is
schema, the data is going from this investment. Can you just scroll down a bit?
sure, yeah.
So this monthly investment planning is going into this output. Those are all the data flows, right? Not from the actions.
Yeah, of course it's not action, but we can understand this one, right, from a schema. I'll yeah, I'll tell you that one, but yeah, but first try. No?
Not getting any idea.
Yeah. Relate the top, the user story, what he's wanted. Okay. No? You want to add a loan, right?
That will be doing on an input now.
How you will create loan from input? Okay, first you have the placeholder. I said, right? It's not Excel. How can create that? You have to create placeholder, right? Then you will add some additional what is EMI and write the I mean what is kind of it's loan, right? I mean all the rest of the property only you can enter after that, right? And we cannot give them like the we don't know, right? The 10 placeholder they need or 20 placeholder they need to they can be able to load, I mean 10 loans or 20 loans. We don't know, right? So we are giving liberty to user as much as loan they can add or delete. So I'm saying both thing, right? Then how that will be possible? Add and delete.
That should be as a list if it has to add and delete.
Okay. Yeah. Somewhere you are correct. Think more.
So we'll make that loan as a production list, and
That is also fine. Yeah, good point. Think a bit more. No?
or else I can have that as a property in the list.
How you want to give the user provision to create, okay, create, delete the loan item, set the additional property, okay, of that loan. That all activity you want to give them, right? And then he will manage. We are not going to manage, right? So from that point I'm talking about.
See, creating he can do through the number list. We can make that.
Okay, that is fine.
Create and delete both he can do.
Okay.
But if it is not a number list also, then also we can give that option.
Then that will be harder, right?
Yeah, we need to create the actions, one more action which can be like delete using selection.
Correct. Yeah, now you are reaching complete story. Yeah, try a few more points you can add, right? And then I think this will be completed. We can add that. Think. I mean, this is the thing that we are using for automation. Okay. So we have to analyze that where we can put automation. It's not just we are going to create list and then we'll publish on dashboard and then user will enter, right? We have to automate something. And I think it's a very common. We just discuss about those things.
What I'm thinking is, you create a loan list, then make it as a production data, publish that list on a dashboard, and create an action to add and to delete. Though those two buttons he'll give, so that whenever he adds any new loan, he'll get to know whether that loan has been added into that particular list or not. And if he wants to delete, he can delete using that delete using selection.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah, that is what we need here. So we need one action, okay, that will add the placeholder in the list. But since user will input the name of the loan, okay, so we'll create a number list. He will add the item into the list. He will give the display text name, right, that we talked, and then the rest of the property, okay, they will enter. Fine. Similar way, we'll create another action, okay, that will be used for delete the loan. So, but how they will delete loan? They will select the loan. Okay. I mean, selection means here they will click on the Boolean line item, true or false. And based on that Boolean line item, we'll delete that loan from the list. Fine. So we should know that, yeah, now we need to understand some basic action. What are the action available for which purpose? Okay. Let's go down some basic action so that you'll be able to analyze and use that. This action we know, okay, this is fine. Add loan, delete loan, okay. Then in add loan, we learned the right, we can put some prefix, right? It's not taking here. Delete means we are removing, right? Okay. Fine. So we load expense type into list. We load transaction data into list first. Okay. And then we'll add loan. We'll give this provision to the user to add loan and delete loan. Now, here we have two import action. This will only load into list. What will be the next for this one? Are we going to create all the property in list? Is that the better way for expense and transaction, or do we need to create module?
Can do it in module.
Module, right? But again, we cannot load directly into the module anything, right? Because there should be intersection to hold data. Correct? So in that case, let me pull it down. You have to load into module. So first you have to load into list so that you have all the intersection point, okay, because the same list you will be using in the module, right? So that you have all the placeholder over there, intersection over there, and then you can load into module. So in module, which module will load? So suppose load expense type. Do we have expense type module?
We have monthly expenses, but monthly loan payment.
I'm checking that, yeah. Monthly expenses. Then module. Transaction data, I think we have some here, yeah. Okay, so almost we are here. Till now we have dashboard that we are going to offer. Then we thought about all the possible list, then functional area, then module, then action. Okay, what next? Almost done, right?
Yeah, I have a question on that action. So you have mentioned that module colon monthly expenses, right? It is part of that first list, right?
Let me put one thing. Yeah, I'll answer you on that one. Action type. Okay, so this is import action. Import, create, delete. Fine.
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay, yeah. Now you know, yeah.
Have mentioned. Yeah, right.
Question, yeah, please.
The question here is I'm asking the third action module colon monthly expense. It is part of that first list.
This one.
Yeah.
Yes. If you want to keep in that way, you can, yeah, move this one. Let me do that.
Yeah, like you mentioned, first we are uploading to list, then coming to module.
Yeah, in order, if you want to put this one, yeah, that is also fine. 1 second. Correct.
Okay, this will be the the process allocates. The first two will be one process.
See, it's depend on you. I mean, the process you have to, discuss with the business. Okay, that business is going to run this action or integration will run this action. Okay, like I'll integrate with the Informatica Cloud, and Informatica Cloud will run every day to load this data. Okay, so in the both cases, it's up to you. Even if you are going to create process, okay, you have to list down 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, in one process, you can keep all this, okay, in order. Just you need to maintain order. Okay. If you want to run it individually, you can do that also. So that is, next level of thinking. But this working design, this will be working. Okay. Now, if you want to, reduce this number of execution, right? You want to click in one go and this should execute all 4, then you have to create one process action. Okay, like data load. Okay, this will be process action, and you can repeat this one till here. This is you are talking about, right? So I'll create one process, this one data load, and this process will be used here, everywhere. But when you are using process, you have to make sure that the order is correct. You cannot like load in module and then you list. Okay, so always list, then module, then list, then module, that way. Or if you want to keep all the lists, should get populated first, and then in the last you can mention all the modules. So yeah, you can do that. Fine. So we are almost done here. Now, whatever we have written down here, exactly the same thing we are going to create into our model. Okay. And then we'll do this. We'll complete this exercise. Okay. So next level challenge will be line item and the formula. Okay. So we'll think over there. If you want to write down before that, you can do that. But that will be, the lump sum. Some line item might be you need at the runtime. Okay. But for the sizing perspective, you can take the buffer of that. Okay. Like all the modules you can copy here. We discuss about the sizing things, right? Now, because we have discussed about this one, so we can list down all the module here. Okay. Also, we have discussed about time, month, daily, version, loan. This is fine. How many other item we have in list? This is right. So loan 1, loan 2, and then this one. Let me copy and paste over there. Paste special transpose value. Credit card transaction. It's a daily load, and I am assuming that 100 transaction per day. So we can multiply that one later. Expense type will be around 10 types of experience. Loan category will be 3, the home loan, education loan, car loan. So whatever have, based on that, this calculation will work. And then 5 car loans, 2 home loans, like that. Okay. So total numbers of loan. So let's take, 7, right? Now you have to add formula. If this is yes, then pick this one. If this is yes, then pick this one, otherwise L1. Okay, like that you have to put the formula. So total sale count. Okay, for each module. So here you have to populate the line item. Okay, this formula need to drag. Then check the dimension that you are using for that particular module. Tick mark. And then you can calculate total cell count. Then there is a formula to calculate the total size of that model. But before that, yeah, we have to make this, development into model. Fine. So let's take, 10 or 15 minutes break, and then we'll start creating this thing into the model. But before that, we'll talk about the types of action we have in Anaplan and the purpose of that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll discuss on this one. Okay. So before going to jump into the model and design these items, okay, model building process, let's talk about the action because we are stuck on the action side. So we should have understanding on all the actions so you can use that, I mean, easily. You can select that, you can use that easily. So let's talk about that action type. And also we can discuss the which action is used by workspace administrator only. Which action anyone can use? The first thing. Second thing, we talked about the process here. So I have added here this import action. Okay. What are the types of action we can use in process? Okay, two things. So how we are going to do this one? Action name. Okay. We'll talk about this one. And then can we add in process? Okay, we'll check that. Then next will be only WSA role will use or anyone else. So I'm just using one hint here. WSA only, okay? So WSA, workspace administrator only. Fine. And then let's talk about this one. These are the header. So we have seen import here. It's very easy. Import, we know that in import action, import we can use to import data into list, data into module, okay, data into, I mean the structure into blueprint view of the module. You can import user, you can import version, right? So all those, I mean, types of import will comes under the import action. Okay, and can we add in process? Yes, we can use process action. We can create a single process action and we can include multiple input action. Okay, now we'll use how we can decide this one. Again, while creating this import action, I think we discussed or not, we have set file
Production.
option. Right? Sorry.
Uh,
No,
if
no, no, no. That is different thing.
no.
That is
If the user needs to add, import the file, right?
mm-hmm.
Then you need to make that action as a production. And you need to give the access for that action.
Okay, we'll talk about that one. Before that, can we discuss on the file setting, right? While importing, you are setting file, right? The default file is set to everyone. Remember, admin only.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
private.
Private.
Yeah. Can we talk about that one?
This is to everyone.
Hmm. Any idea on that one? Because we gone through with that one. You loaded file also, right? But we haven't discussed, and that play vital role. So when you are selecting file, right? The option is, I mean, the last option basically, the first window, okay, the pop-up window, it's showing you the last option, default file. Select the default file. It's not select, basically set the default file, okay? Then you have some options, right? Like admin only. So when you are selecting admin only, then only administrator will be able to run that import action, okay? So that's why we have this option. If default set to admin only, then of course you can use, I mean, only administrator can use, right? What about the other type? What other we have? Everyone, right?
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah. So when you
I'm
set
sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, one more option is private.
Private, yeah. No, keep private. So admin only, keep private, okay, and then you have everyone, okay. So now again, if you're going into detail, then we have few things here. Default and private, we have some timeline, okay. So do you know what is that timeline?
48 hours.
Yeah,
48 hours.
1 to 48 hours, the file that you will upload, okay, that will be available in case of default and private file, okay. And then, I mean, that will not be in that will get, I mean, removed. So during the 48 hours, okay, after the private file was uploaded, and the action executed, okay, the file is not accessed again. Okay, when file is accessed, it remains available until next 48 hours, and after past that hours, you will not be able to access. Okay, so you supposed to know this one. So private file after 48 hours will not be available. Okay, clear?
Yeah.
No, move, yeah, move to the next now. Yeah, so you should be aware about those things while setting that. Next one, we have other action type. Okay, that is export. It's a very simple. You can add into process. Okay, and you can, I mean, set here again. So who can execute this one? Okay, so while doing the export, and based on that, I mean, the execution will happen. Okay, so can we add anything here for this one? Export, what option we have? I mean, the main option that we can, I mean, talk about here.
Here, on that export, we are setting only the format and the format of that export.
While exporting, okay,
Yeah.
you have again set as default file for everyone, admin, or myself. I mean, that means private. Okay, getting my point?
Do we have that option for export action also?
Yes, we have that, but that action will be only available when you will set save the export definition. Okay, if you have your system, then you can check that. So while exporting, okay, in the bottom most you have one option, save export definition, means that whatever you are exporting, you want to create an action for that. Okay, in that case, you will have two prompt. Okay, one prompt will ask you to provide export name. By default, that will pick up the save view or the module name, but you can rename that one. The second option will ask you the same thing. Okay, set the default file for admin only. Who can run this export, right? The admin, or privately you will export this one. Okay, so all those three options you will get there also. Okay, so same logic here. If anyone has doubt, you can check into your system. Let me write down. Yes. Clear? I'll show you,
I
no
have
problem.
one question about the export action. So if we add it to a process and the process is run along with other actions, will the export happen automatically and the file will be saved? Like how will that execute?
You have to shift. I mean, you have to keep all the import and export action if you want to that get executed by the user. Okay, from dashboard. If you want to hand over that process action to integration, then definitely integration will have full access right. Okay, to get that loaded. So I don't think that will create problem. So based on the purpose, you can, I mean, check and assign to process. Otherwise,
Okay, so if
definitely that will, yeah.
got it. So if we have a, let's say a button is there on a dashboard, which is for a process that includes export action. And along with
Yes,
that, there is other action also that is not
yes, yes, yes,
essential to the
yes,
export.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Whatever export will support, sorry, a process will support, you can use that. That's why I'm telling this, that option here also, okay? Because we can publish process action, right? So whatever that will contain, you can execute from there.
Okay.
Then we have, because in this project also we are going to use delete loan. So we have an action called delete from list using selection. So it will not going to delete entire list. Okay, it will only going to delete the specific member of that list. For that, how you can, I mean, the how it will delete only the particular list, because you have to bring that list information into module as a dimension, and then you have to create at least one Boolean line item, and then you have to check that Boolean line item for the particular list that you want to get it deleted. You can add logic for that Boolean item. You can manually tick mark that Boolean item. Okay, whatever is the way logic you want to add for that Boolean item, and then you can use into the action. Okay, so this is not going to delete entire list until or unless you are selecting all in the Boolean line item. But make sure this action is not directly going to create on the list. It will be created on the module, because module will have line item, right? And that list that you want to get deleted, the member from that list will be as a dimension over there. Fine. And yeah, we can use in process. And WSA only? No, because we can publish on dashboard, anyone can use when I run this one. So I think, yeah, this is a important thing, delete one, because we are going to use here. Now we have order list, because this action is recently, I mean, introduced in Anaplan. What happening in list, every day, I think we are updating list, right? The production list every day get updated like that way. Sometimes we need sorting, like sorting. It will be not the right word here. The right word will be like the ordering. And ordering we can do normally we are doing in the module. We have some logic based on that. We are applying some filter to have rank, like the rank wise ordering or something. So based on the module ordering, I want the list to be get ordered the same way. Okay, that is the purpose we have for this action. And also, I mean, you can add into the process. Okay, and then you can publish on the dashboard, and then even user can run this one. Okay, and anyone can run this one. No means. Then you have a navigation button. I mean, that is open dashboard. So you can jump from one dashboard to another dashboard. And also you can use for one one more thing that is, I mean, very interesting. So let me, design this one.
Refresh the dashboard.
Correct, yeah. To refresh your dashboard, the same dashboard, if you want to reload to get populated with the latest data, you can repoint the same dashboard within this action and publish on the same dashboard. Okay. Now, next will be your create, and this we are going to use here, this one. But we know that, I mean, delete, even the delete one, right? This one, you can only use on the number list. This one also you can use on the number list, right? So you can see the create and delete I'll use here. And we cannot use in process. Sorry, this one, by mistake, I have written this one. We cannot add in the process. This one also we cannot add in the process. Okay. And this can be done by any user. So create item in your list. Once you add one more item in your list, and then that list will be used as a dimension in one of the module, then definitely you have the space for that, right? Against that item, newly created item, you can add the other property, other information. So we'll use same way. Loan information will input against that ID that will get created through this action. Okay. Then some action we have for the hierarchy. Okay. So like delete branch. So delete branch from the hierarchy. You can use this one. You cannot use in the process, and also everyone can use this one. I mean, it's not mandatory to only WSA will use. Same, you can assign one item from one hierarchy to another hierarchy. So we have assign, okay, action, and also you cannot include in process, and this is not mandatory to run by only WSA. Okay, now next, the recently introduced action we have, that is called update current period. Okay, and this one can be add in use in process, and also only WSA will execute this one. Okay, so need to understand. Anyone, any idea about this one?
Yeah, so I think like this is basically used to update the current period. So currently what we need to do is like we need to go to the time settings, and from there we can only change the current period. But I think like from this particular action, like we can create a line item with the like the period as a format, right? And then through that selection we can just update the current period under the time settings.
Correct. So this is basically used by the administrator so that we are updating the current period. Okay. Instead of manually go there and update that one, we can use the line item, and we can push from the line item to that calendar. I mean,
Actually, I have like one question on this order list also. Like, is it also not an WSA only thing? Because means what I have faced that typically if you don't have that access, so it does not allow you to run on the process. Or is it like something they have changed recently?
so if your process having only this one, okay, update current period, right? And other, yeah, if you have other also associated with this one, right? But all that require the WSA only, then you can run this one. You cannot mix everything here.
No, actually I was talking about the another action called order list. I think like that is after delete from list using selection.
Okay.
So is it not also an like WSA only list, or like can it be done by any users?
Yes, that's why I mentioned, right?
Okay.
See, only WSA, okay? This is for only WSA, okay? This is also for only WSA when file set to admin. Rest anyone can run this one. This comes under this one, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Then again we have to move item, okay, between the branch. So we have copy branch along with the data, and you cannot use in process this one. And also I think this is not required WSA. So no. Now we have, I don't know whether you have this action is enabled in your Anaplan or not. Optimizer. Okay. Anyone has any thought about this one? Because it's not a small thing, it's a very big thing. It has linear expression associated with this one. Okay, lots of complex programming is running behind this. Okay, that is called linear programming. You have to purchase this
Yeah.
feature, you have to enable this feature to use
It's
this
very,
one, and it's support, okay, the complex decision to make that easily in the optimized way. So result will be the optimize. Okay, I'll give you example on that. But before that, anyone has any thought?
yeah, I have seen a small video on the optimizer where there are different functions using which they optimize the solution. Let's say if you want to optimize a
Like,
use case wherein you are allocating some service calls to a particular person, then you need to give different parameters, and then it will choose whether linearly is linear function is best one, or the polynomial function is the best one. So based on that, it will give the output. It's a kind of very similar like a solver in the Excel.
correct, yeah, somewhere you can say. So basically, it's follow two types of optimizing, like the linear programming techniques or feasibility programming techniques. Okay, we are not going into detail of that. So it will take some input data, some constraint. Okay, in terms of like mainly Boolean value, you will pass some restrictions, you will pass some limitation, right? So based on that, okay, then you have passed to some variable also. After passing all those parameter, right? So you are giving some hint to this, I mean, program. Okay, so I need this one, I need this one, I need this one, and based of that, give me the best solution, optimized solution. Okay. Now, there might be some cases like in the supply chain, I need minimum logistic cost. Okay, I want to send some item from this store to that store, right? This plant to some other, I mean, distribution center, some distribution center to a store. So there is lots of movement we have. Okay, I mean, many city, many center, many distribution center, right? The many plant, I mean, different capacity. So based on all the variables, okay, I want to get the minimum shortest path for distribution, considering mind on that one demand also. Okay, so in that case, you have lots of variable, lots of parameter, and based on that, you want a solution, the minimum logistic cost, where you can optimize. Okay, so you have like a total manufacturing plant 2, total distribution center 5, and total store 12. Okay. Now you have some demand. Okay. So demand is basically by the store, by the SKU, and by the month. Okay, fine. So whatever you have to input over there. So you can input like to do manufacturing plant, distribution center 5, store 12. Okay, now you are going into the demand. Okay, so you need the optimized solution by a store, by a month, by SKU in detail. Also, you have to provide the information. Okay, input the information, the plant capacity. Okay, for the production, distribution center capacity. Okay, plant to distribution center and distribution center to a store logistic cost detail. Okay, once you have these all things, then you can ask this optimizer to give you the minimum logistic cost. Okay, so it's a very complex thing. It's not like easily you can understand this one. I mean, you can run this one, you can use this one, but the calculation that is running behind this is very complex. Okay. So this is the purpose we have in this one. Also, you can, I mean, use in the production optimization. So you got the, supply chain, right? The demand, scenario, right? Now you can have like a production optimization. You want to use this optimizer for the production optimization. So what will be the objective in production optimization? Any idea? I want to basically the minimum production cost and minimum labor cost. Okay, by SKU, by line, and the production by hours. Okay. So in that case, again, I need to input all the information, the labor cost information, right? Labor cost information per hour, I have to enter production cost per pieces by SKU. You have to enter that information. What are the demand you have, like that, how many, in demand, what is the demand for SKU you have? Then what is your capacity, hourly capacity you have for the machine and factory? Then run rate. So how many SKU unit or quantity can be produced by 1 hour by line, by per machine, by factory. Okay. So lots of combination will be there. And then this optimizer you can use, feed all the parameters over there. Some constraint will be there. Like one person cannot produce more than this, right? Within 1 hour. So there are some constraint also. So you have to input all those information, variable that can be changed, constraint, and all other the input items, right? But mainly the types of problem, variables, and constraint, and then this will give you the best optimized solution. It's a big thing.
I have one question. Like this optimizer thing was pitched when I was working in my previous company. I saw the entire demo, but I asked the same one question to that particular person. So whatever the results that you are getting, right, optimized result, how I can rely on those results? I mean, based on what background I have to rely on that? I mean, is it statistically any weightage is given, or just whatever it is solving that particular equation and giving the results? How I can rely on those numbers?
See, when you are saying
Any
rely
idea?
on this number, because this calculation is done internally, right? So there is no, the justification or evidence that you can check
Yeah.
background, right? So what you can do, you can cross check with the other platform, okay, other software, and check the result. Okay, what they have given, what this is giving. You can compare this, more than one system. But how it's very hard to, go and if it's simple solution, simple issue, then of course you can do it manually, manual calculation, manual optimization way. You can check out that one, a result of the Anaplan optimizer. You can compare that one. But if you are working on the vast, okay, scenario, vast data set, then definitely you have to use help of the another software, right? To compare this one, which one is
No,
really the best.
why I got this question is because in statistics, whatever we do analysis, will give some confidence interval or confidence level, right? The model or the optimizer is confident that 95% this is what the values might fall between this range. So because I'll get to know 5% chances there, I might go, I might the optimizer can give the error, but 95% it is between the range. So there you are statistically supporting the output, but here by solving the equation we are getting, but we are not sure whether that will be the optimized one or not.
Okay, I don't think I need to answer on this one. Okay, because you are taking subscription, right? To use optimizer action, basically you must have an enterprise subscription from Anaplan. So I think before evaluate this one, I think you will not even go for subscription, right? So you have to check each and everything. You have to test each and everything. Okay, then you have, I mean, reliability on that, right? So
Yeah, of course.
how we are getting this one? Basically this optimizer action, you have to get it enabled. First of all, your enterprise should have subscription, and optimizer must be enabled by your tenant. Okay, then that optimizer action will be available across all the workspace models. Fine. Okay. Yeah. So this you can add in process. And also this can be run by WSA only. Okay. Then we have, I mean, it's a repeated thing, but yeah, bulk copy from one version to another version. You can include in process, and then you should have WSA access. Fine. Lots of things happen now. So almost we are done. Okay, so clear. I think this is also clear. We discuss on everything now. We have a few things we'll just discuss for the new UX and dashboard. Okay, but before that, I would like to get some of this component set up in our model. Okay. So can you create this one, or in later part you will create? I'm going to create this one so that we have to create all the line items, all the formula. We have to set each and everything. Then we have to generate result, and then we'll go for the dashboard and UX. Okay, so let me share. Let me know if you are able to see my screen. I'm in the browser.
Yeah.
Let me log in. Okay, let me open the newly created personal financing model. So once you have listed everything, okay, then you can start from any points. I mean, of course, I'll start from the list. Sorry. I'll go here in the general list. I'll insert. Okay, while inserting, you have option. The selected item is the organization one, right? So before of the organization, after of the organization, whatever the position you want to give, you can give that. Then we have expense type. Make sure you don't have like the empty lines here, like this way. You can do in one go also. Category, okay. Then I have to insert. Fine. Now what I need to set up here. What next? Yeah, I have to set up like because I'll need top level item. So all expenses. I can write down here also, and you have other place also like expense type you can open, and in property we discussed, right? So you can add here also. So this is expense type, then all expenses, or you can use just all. Apply. Then you have credit card transaction. Okay. Then what about this one? And what else we can do here? We can use separator, right? So I want to keep loan detail. I want to add dummy one, right? Okay, before the loan category. So automatically it will be go there. Loan detail here. And transaction and expense type. Fine. Okay. Now this is L1, this is L2, this is parent, this is child, this is level 2, where I need top level.
Loan category
L1.
Sorry?
L1.
L1.
Yeah, because L2 all, I mean L2 will get roll up to the L1, and now I need total of the L1. Okay. And for L2, I can select this one, right? L1 loan category. So this will be my parent. Now this will look like this way. Okay, what else? What else we can do here?
Check the Boolean. as a numbered list.
Okay. What you said? Check.
For that L2 loans, it is a numbered list. We can check that box. Check
Okay.
that
Let
boolean.
me go to the right number list. Fine. Then what else? What other setting I need to do here?
Production data.
Think about that. Production data.
We need to check that boolean also, right? For that L2.
This one you mean?
Yes.
But user will be able to create. Okay, so I think this is fine.
You want to display name?
Yes. So for that we have to open this one,
Create
right?
a property.
Yeah, we have to create and set.
Okay. So we have display name. And type should be text. Fine. Now I have one question here. Let me set this one. Okay. Then we'll think on that, but of course we'll set up that later. Display name. Fine. I want user to provide display name. Okay. They will be able to create a number here, but they will enter in any modules. Okay. So I want to pick up from line item. Getting my point? See, my idea is I don't want to publish this list on the dashboard. Okay. Because if you publish this one, you cannot customize properly, right? The parent and code, everything will be there. So I don't want that mess up. I want to look and feel better. So of course, I'll publish save view. Okay, customize save view from the module, and then I should be able to enter this one. Okay. But yeah, keep in mind that we'll do that later because right now we don't have modules, so I cannot add, anything here. But thought is that I'll get it from module. Clear?
Yeah, using formula. Yeah.
Yes, right. So is there anything else? Let's cross check with the list and let me know if anything is left here. Any settings, anything's definitely we are missing one thing. Okay. I'll let you know. Okay. So let's go on top. Asset value. Okay. It's a mention there, right? And this is also mentioned somewhere in the right. Starting balance we have salary, time, loan. Loan is there. Okay, we are calculating. This is fine. But some of the loan, we talked about that, has, I mean, some value, right? The market value, like the car, like the, I mean, home loan you have taken, right? After 6 months or after 1 year, I mean, you have paid some amount, right? And that house has some value, market value, right? Some resale value, market value, right? Something like that. So we have some value of that. So we can say we'll add some filter on the loan. Okay, what is type of that? Either that loan is, I mean, having the resale value or not. Can we contribute into the asset or not? Like personal loan you are taking, right? Yeah, there is no, I mean, resale things over there, right? No asset, no resale, nothing. But when you are owning a car, there that car has, I mean, resale market value, right? So further down, I'm thinking that we should have some division over there in the loan. So for that, what we can do? Think on that. Okay. Any idea? Do you want me to explain more on this? So loan, I mean, you'll avail loan for home loan and car loan. Okay. That has some resale value, right? But when you take higher education loan, is there any resale value? No. So we can categorize in that way. If something you are owning, okay, that has some value, so that we can contribute for asset also. Because you have paid so much of amount, right? So if a car has 5 lakh of market value and now you are only owning 1 lakh from the bank, rest you have already paid, then what will happen for the rest of the 4 lakh? That will come under the asset, right? Whether there will be some depreciation, okay? The depreciate value will be every year like the 10-20%, whatever is there. But still, amount is there, right? That we can contribute in the asset. So I want that provision here in the loan.
So we can create a subset.
Correct. So we have to add subset here. Any question? Anyone? So what should be the good naming convention for that? Where we have here we can create, right? Open subset, then insert, and as per the naming convention, we can put like double S or single S or SUB for subset. Is it assets or not, right? You can put the question mark also. It's better to have question mark, okay? L2 list, loans. So now you can put it here. How it's look like now. So yeah, display name will pick up from somewhere else. Then we'll check mark here which one is the asset one. We can consider in the assets. We can calculate and pick up some amount, the asset amount from that loans. Okay, and now I think it's done. Okay, so we are clear about this one, right? The list. Let's go back and check. Is there any scope to add anything else? I don't think. So hopefully, I think we don't have anything here. We have done. If we'll miss any small thing, we can add that later also, no problem. So now I'm going to create this functional area, okay? Because once I'll start building the module and the dashboard, I'll put inside that. I'll start, tagging this one. So under the module, we have functional area, okay? I think I have created earlier, so let me delete this one, or I can rename also. So what we have in the dashboard, input, let's take in that way, data, input, system, calculation, output. You have to give meaningful name based on the functional area that user is going to perform. This is just for understanding. Okay. So now I have this one. I'm going into module side. Now which module I need to create? We need to, because we have already cross-checked with the schema and business requirement and user stories. So I can pick up this one, starting balance. Insert module. The starting balance, can anyone let me know what dimension is required? Because this is the place where you have to think more than that. I mean, whatever you did till now. How you can decide what dimension you have to keep here or not. And you know that, right? By default, this time will be every time will be there. So make sure if you need this one or not. Okay. And for this one, the loans, right? So you have created one subset from this loan. So if you will pick up this one, by default, this will come up, right? And if you are going to use this one, then you cannot use this one. So subset and main list and their subset cannot use together. Okay. And if you are using the list, then all subset definitely will come up. But if you are using subset, particular subset, that will be only the subset member over there. Fine. Time is coming by default here. So if I don't need this one, then I can move it out. Okay. Again, time is the kind of list, okay, dimension, and that has two child or subset, you can say. Okay. So same way, like we discussed about the loan, it has two financial year. Okay. I'll delete this one by in this model. I don't require this one. So if you are going to use this one subset, that is fine. If you are going to use the time, I mean, that is one also fine. But in this case, let me delete. I don't need this. Fine. Okay. So we'll set up model. I mean, later, because we are not going to load data right now. So before loading the data and creating all those things, data related things, you have to set up calendar here. So I'll prefer to have this standard one. Okay. And then go to the module again. Okay. So I want to get created. The first one was for that starting balance, right? And we know that we don't need time because this is one time value, right? Not going to repeat every month. So don't need that time. Again, you can enter here. Okay, if you want to enter in this way, you can use this one also. Okay, if you want to expand, collapse, okay, based on that, you can do that. Fine. So let's enter here whatever the cash balance I have. So opening cash balance, and then maybe some investment balance also. So cash and whatever you have invested, that will come as a beginning balance. So investment balance. Fine. So we'll enter beginning balance here. Okay. Later we can do that once we'll start working on this. Now we are creating all the structure. Okay. What next? Let's go back. So now we have salary planning. What are the dimensions required for salary planning?
Here we need time because we are calculating monthly
Monthly,
basis.
right? Line item. Okay, so let's put something. Sorry. Okay, we created in the first module from here. And in this time, we'll create later. Okay, so salary planning. This one is fine. Okay, so since this is planning, so I can even assume that after 2 months and April, okay, I'll get some bonus. So that amount I'll add here. Okay, I'm expecting something, so I'll do forecast. Okay, and whatever will be there, I mean the final number that will go back to the actual, right? So let's use version. Then I need to go to the blueprint, and here I have to add line item, the same thing. So I'll add here salary, and then we have, I mean, salary, monthly salary will yearly figure will add, and based on the yearly figure, I know that which will be the bracket for my tax. So tax on salary. So tax rate, and then we'll calculate the amount, whatever amount we are paying for tax. And then after that, what will be the remaining? That will be my monthly salary. Also, how much amount from this salary I want to invest, I'll ask user to enter that information also. Okay, then create this one. So almost we have. Later, if you want to add, I mean, few more thing here, you can do that. Okay, now settings. So by default, number will be there, and if number will be there, then summary will be sum. Okay. So now go and let's check what we can do with the number. 0 is fine, comma is fine, minus sign is fine. Okay. None. This is also fine. Okay. And decimal point is dot. So by default, whatever we have is fine. If you want to change it to currency, you can do that. Percentage, we can do that. Okay. Hyphen if you want in place of zero, like whatever the changes you want here, you can do that. Decimal places, suppose you want 2 places, then you can do that. By default, it's making minimum significant will be the 4. So I'm not going to change anything. Only I think change is required here, right? This will be percentage. I think 2 places we supposed to change percentage, and then tax rate also will be in the percentage. Okay, any other thing? Any hint here? So what I'll do, I'll plan this not for monthly salary. I'll plan this for the whole year CTC. I can change this one. If you want to copy paste, you can do that. That is also working here, like copy and paste for the remaining line item. Okay, I'm using model calendar, so that is fine. Version, I am using version, all version, so this is fine. I don't need any summary line items. Okay, so I'm not going to use a style. Cell count is also fine. I mean, that is automatically generated. I do not need a DCA here. So this is fine. Okay. And user, later I'll enable this one. Okay. Because I want to do this financial planning for me, for my brother separately. So I'll add later, I'll add one more dimension here. Okay, user dimension. But right now, let's keep it simple. Formula scope will be for all versions. Switch over, yes, will be there. Okay, and then I think, yeah, so everything looks good now. Okay, now I have to add some formula here. Anaplan recommend, basically I'm also recommending that instead of hard coding, I mean right here, right, manually type here, go and double click on this formula bar and then start click to use the, I mean, references. Okay, that is the preferred one, so that you don't have, I mean, you are not making any typo error here. I want to add some formula here because I'll enter this one, salary. Okay, and then tax rate. So I want to get calculated the total tax. Okay, this one. This will be simple. I'll click here. Okay, salary multiply by tax rate. So salary, I'll just put the operator we discussed and then tax rate. It will automatically pick up that and format that. Okay, now I need monthly salary from the yearly. So how we can calculate this one? I need to get this monthly, exact monthly, I meant to say.
Do we have the complete for per annum value?
That's what I'm saying. We'll enter here, right? Per annum, this one, because it's
Okay,
yearly, right? Divide by
Well,
So you are saying here and divide by 12, right? This is what you are saying?
yeah.
But I want to exclude that, I mean, we are paying to government, right? So I
So
want
that
to,
will be tax.
yeah, I want to exclude that.
Tax. Yeah.
Then divide by 12. So now it's fine. Let's go and check the view. Okay. Now think about the time, okay? In current year, I don't want to, I mean, store any data for previous year, okay? So I need here, I can predict for 1 year, okay, one future year, and the current year, of course. So what should be my model calendar?
One future year.
Yeah, just need to add one future here. Okay. Now again, going back to the module and let's see. So now you have 22, 23. Okay, so let's go back to the module again. Check which module we need to insert now. So salary planning, then we have asset market value. We can create this one, asset market value. What dimension is required here?
Subset.
Let's call subset here. Do we need time?
Time is not required, I guess.
Yeah, time will be required. Because this will keep changing, right?
Month on month. Okay. Yeah.
Market,
Month on month.
yeah.
We can take loans. Okay.
Yeah, asset market value. Will let's add only one line item, market value. Let's go to the blueprint view. So number is fine. This is summary. Yeah, apply to is fine. Okay. Time scale is monthly. So I cannot assume the market value. Okay. In this way, we can keep, I mean, yearly market value or half yearly, something like that. So no problem, we can change that later also. Once we have everything ready, then one more time we'll analyze and when we can make those changes. We are using model calendar, that is fine. Anything else we need to add here? Oh, fine. or no formula required. Okay, so once we have item, right, that will get created, then against that we'll add that number here. So currently we don't have item. This is summary level. So you are not allowed to enter any data on the top level, okay, or on the roll-up level or summary level. Always you have to enter data at the leaf level. So we don't have any loan over there, right? And mark as subset. So that's why it's not allowing create this one. Okay, what next? Oh, good. Time setting. So let's do this one. Okay, can anyone tell me what are the dimension we require for this system module? Time setting.
Time dimension is enough.
Time is enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we are going to play with time. So definitely we need time. Okay, we'll add a line item later. So go to the blueprint view and think about what are the line items we are going to use. Okay. So like the most common thing, we'll use the leaf label like a start date of the month, right? So a start date we'll use end date also. Then past month, future month, right? And also we need, because 2 year data we have, so we have to check out the current year, future year, right? So there should be year. I mean, in one line item, at least we should have year information. Okay. Then what else? Maybe you require some filter. Okay. Later part when you are going to publish, I mean, report, and you are going to build a saved view. Okay, so in that time you might need to show like the last 3 week, next 4 week, something like that. Then that line item you can create here and make some logic based on this date to show that next 3 weeks, past three weeks, right? Something like that. Next, I mean, next quarter, previous quarter, whatever is required. Till now, I think let's get this created. Okay, fine. So now, because we are going to work on the monthly, so let's check the, yeah, time scale is already month, so this is fine. Now, a start date, what should be the format for this one? Because this is going to hold your date, right? Yeah, so it's a very straightforward date. And I don't want to repeat this one again. So what I'll do, I'll copy this one, paste on this one. Okay. For past month, I just want to indicate that this is past month and this is future month, because we have monthly, right? The module has monthly time scale. So month will be on the column, right? So just I'll mark this is future, this is past, something like that. So we'll have Boolean here. Okay. Same Boolean will be for future. So just we'll identify this is future month, this is past month. And for year, what we'll have? This will hold like the FY20, FY22, right? Something like that. So what
It
we
will be time period of year
uh,
type.
so you are saying time period, and then we have year.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, can you let me know formula for this one? Rest of the property, let's check. I think this is fine. This is fine. We don't require anything here. This is fine. This is fine. Switch over is fine, and I think yeah, everything is fine here. What will be the formula for this one? We have, I mean, gone through with that one. That's why I ask you to go through with that one.
Start.
Current
Yeah,
period start.
not we are not talking about the current period start. Let's go to the data grid view. We can add formula from there also. So a start of this month, right? Current period is this one, right? But we need that is for the everywhere, right? For that one, the current period marking, we can add one more line item to check that which month is the current month. Okay. But
Right.
now we are going to populate for each month, the first date and last date. So we have a start. Okay. Then what will be for this one? Sorry. It's very easy.
End.
End. Yeah. Now we have flag. Now you have to apply I mean, we discuss about those things. Compare. Okay. This is future or this. Yeah. This is future or this is past. How you can check that? Based on
Start
what? No.
based
Based
on
on.
current period.
Yeah, just tell me this is past or future?
Past. This is past.
Past.
Okay. So yeah, so past and future you understood, right? So we are checking, we are checking the calendar, right? The current period based on that we are deciding. Okay. Now tell me formula for this one.
Start greater than or equal to current periods. Start.
This is past month, right? So if March is greater than this one, okay, think in that way. If March is our current period, right? So if March is greater than this one, okay, or what are the other way? A start way you can let's
Should
see.
be less than also. Less than will work, right? If
Yeah,
if
I
start
mean,
date is less
there
than
could be, I mean,
current period.
hundreds of way to write this one, okay?
Yeah.
It's not
So
like, yeah, whatever I'm saying, that is the only the way. So you can have more than, I mean, one logic here. So I can say
that's the
current
it's
period
past
start
month, right? Which we are writing the formula.
past month, correct?
And
Past
then it
month.
will be less than or equal.
Can we write like current period start uh, is greater than, I mean, whatever the current period we have, right? And the current period is March. So if that is greater than the start means this one, this line item, right? We are not going to point this one, we are going to point this one. Then it will be your past. Think about that. I mean, just giving you a hint. So we have, I mean, see, we have already gone through with the function current period start and the start. Remember in one of the exercise?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the same way think here. That logic will apply here. What do you mean by current period start and start? I think somewhere we have.
Current period start will give the current period's date, start date.
Correct. Yeah.
Start will give the start first day of the entire month.
Current
Jan, Feb,
month.
March.
I mean,
Yeah.
current. I mean, whatever you are there, right? In the which cell you are there.
Yeah.
Anyone has any question? Because once you understood, easily you can put the formula. That's why I don't want to write anything. Okay. First, you need to understand. There are two functions. Okay. One is the general one. This is start. Okay. This is not going to check anything. This is just going to check your month and will give you the first date of that month. This is give you the last date of month. But there is another function we have that is also performing same task, but on the current period. Okay. So current period means on model calendar, you have this one, right? This current period. So now you have to compare with this one. First date of this March, if it's greater than any date, okay, of the month, that means that will be past. Let me know if you are not able to understand this one. So we have current period start, current period end. Same way we have, I mean, a start and end here. Let me know anyone has any question before I'll write down this function here. Or let's make it simple so that you can apply. I'll delete later that extra line item, but I'm going to add that. Insert. You can also insert from front. Okay. So current period post date. Okay. And the last I'm adding. Let me change format type. We cannot change from the front end. So add one more. I think we only need the first date, but let's put the last also. Right. Then let's copy this one because we are going to populate date. Fine. Now tell me what will be the formula for populate the current month date. Current period start date. March 1st. So now can you compare? See, if you know this formula, if you want to break down this way, you can do that. Okay. So this, now it's easy for you, right? To compare this to this, right? So now how you can compare this one? This one, if this one, I'm not going to write a statement. If I can write a statement also greater than this one, right? Let's check.
It's a Boolean output, right?
Oh, yes. Boolean output.
Right on past month.
Past months. Yeah. You can just make it start date is less than current period first day.
What I did here wrong. Oh, shit.
Just the greater than needs to be changed to less than.
Here the format
No,
of that current period
no. See, if I'll change that one also. Okay, no problem. Let's make this. If this is true, if this, then true, else false. Let's see now.
throw an error.
Current period date Post date has date, but the formula is Boolean.
There should be the
Condition.
Format needs
parenthesis.
to be changed.
Yeah,
Jeet.
parenthesis after the okay, so it's the line
Format.
item name.
Format
Yeah,
is
start date. Sorry, go ahead.
Jeet, you need to change the format, right? You are writing the formula in a line item where it is a
format.
date format, not a
Right.
Boolean format. So I think you got confused with the current period first date and the past month.
No problem. Current period start greater than this one. Let's take. Yeah, instead of using this one, I just pass the formula itself. So, okay, but I'm expecting you to do in different way. Okay. So this both month is now the historical, I mean past month. Okay. Same way, we'll reverse the formula to have this for the future month. Okay. Any question till here? Yes, no?
No.
Okay. Actually, I have to jump for meeting. I already passed 10, 12 minutes, I think. 5:30, I have to join some meeting. So let's continue tomorrow. Get this done. Okay. Completely. Including the UX
Okay.
also. Yeah. UX, classic and new UX, whatever we have. I don't think I'll have new UX access here. Let me check.
No, no new UX they'll not give access, but my pages you can do.
My page had some limitation, but not, I mean,
It
complex.
has
Yeah,
limitations.
little limitations is there. Like the action item, I cannot
Yeah,
perform
you cannot
action.
publish the actions. You cannot run the
Yeah,
actions. But still,
but,
you can publish those weaves and drafts.
yes. Rest of the item, yeah, I can publish. Okay, so thank you so much for today. And let's connect tomorrow to get this done so that we have in and out of this model.
Okay.
Sure, Jeet.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.